Yeah. Oh my god. Alright, we're live. Hello! Hello and welcome to the After Slash podcast. My name is Sarah Childs, also known as AGamerDraws, and I'm joined by the wonderful Michael Stephan, also known as Funisher. Let's make you wait. And
Voice. I'm not
oh my
gonna do
god. Sorry, I had an advert appear on my screen because, yeah, wonderful. So yeah, we're having a Halloween special, so we dressed up. Yours is like more terrifying. I spent like an hour doing my makeup and everything, and then you're just sat there with like a mask on, and it's more terrifying.
I yeah, I mean this is like the fallback because this was supposed to be last year's costume and that was a fail. And then this year's costume doesn't arrive until Wednesday. It is so hot in here already.
Yeah, you only just put it on as well.
Oh, I feel like it's just like I'm breathing right into my own face.
Does it have a mouth hole?
It does, but it's little. Oh, it's too small.
Oh my god. So I guess for anyone who doesn't know, we should explain who we're dressed up as. So do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm Ronald Reagan. A lot of people thought this costume should be a reference to Point Break because they robbed the bank in the president mask and they were the surfers and I should have a surfboard, but that whole thing
Oh,
fell through.
but no, just Ronald
No,
Reagan.
it's this. And this year I'm gonna be Duffman from The Simpsons, but I don't have that costume yet, so now it's this. It's
That's gonna
so
be good. I'm looking forward to that
fucking
one.
horrible. How do you rob a bank in one of these? It happened yourself.
Oh my god, it looks so terrifying. Um, yeah, so I was at MCM over the weekend and I had no idea what to dress as. So I asked a few people, and a little girl who I was drawing said that I should be a dead schoolgirl so that we matched when she was at her school disco, her like Halloween disco.
Right.
And a friend of the show, Alan, told me to try out some zombie makeup because it would match how I feel today. So yeah, zombie schoolgirl, whatever. I've even got a skirt, look. I even went and got a skirt.
Nice.
Oh my god. Even though you're not going to see it for the whole podcast, whatever. Fine. I spend like hours on this makeup. And then I apologise for us being late. It is entirely my fault because I fell asleep in this. I don't even know how I did that. I've literally got tissue paper stuck to my face, and yet somehow I slept in this, but whatever.
I was just gonna take a drink of wine because I forgot the mask was on.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for the moment where you were going to pour that all over yourself.
Admittedly, I would have ruined my one nice shirt.
I feel like we've kind of, without realizing it, we've made this match. Like, we've both got like a nice shirt and a tie and everything.
Yeah, when we connected on and I saw you had the shirt and the tie too, I was like, are we dressing in? Like, I was waiting for you to put on a Ronald Reagan mask, and I'd be like, oh, come on.
No, I could be FDR, and then we could be fighting zombies in Call of Duty Black Ops.
That'd
By
be,
the way, if you haven't played that game, then the only reason to play that game is that level. There's like some really good levels, but I feel quite amazing running around as FDR shouting bullshits at zombies. It's quite fun.
that sounds pretty amazing. But it
Yeah.
was actually kind of weird to run around as FDR. You don't roll around in a wheelchair?
No.
Yeah, FDR, wasn't it?
Ah, okay. I
The
didn't know
later,
that.
I guess your earlier years FDR.
I think they're all like President Years versions of them.
Oh yeah, no. Even in the end, I think they just didn't really take many photos of him in standing situations.
Oh God, I didn't even know.
Yeah.
No, I learned a thing. Speaking of American things, I have an American thing.
Oh, and it's the cookies and cream kind. That's so good.
Is it? I haven't tried it yet.
I
I got
like
it
the
at MCM,
friends.
so I'll be trying that during the show if I dare. Because you guys have like the worst chocolate.
Oh yeah, even our Hershey's got really bad eventually. But we do actually have good chocolate. It's just that thing where it's like, you got to go to like a fancy like indie coffee shop, and then they'll have like the chocolate that has like red pepper and bacon in it or whatever, and all the weird stuff. Tim knows all about it. Tim is the chocolate guy here.
I'm trying to listen to you and take what you say seriously, but all I can see is the mask just bobbing at me, like, just like,
Well, I thought it would also be cool to do like a Max Headroom mask, like and make it look like the staticky. Did you ever watch that when they happen? It is so hot in this. I can't even breathe. Oh, oh my god. Oh, am I
you
like
should
covered in sweat? Oh,
you should just say that your costume the whole time was Hitman.
Oh, forget it. Oh, how do they rob banks in those? Can't even wear it for 5 minutes.
Draw a
Oh,
draw
God.
a little barcode on the back of your neck, and then you can be Hitman Reborn or whatever it is.
Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, why haven't I done that costume?
I don't know. I feel like it's really obvious.
Oh.
And then you can be Captain Picard.
Well, that could just be my cosplay. Oh, what was I talking about?
I don't know. Welcome back to reality.
It's like I don't know. That's like that must be some weird kind of form of flagellation to wear one of those masks and try to do anything.
You
Anyways,
look so ill.
it was like I've never so directly just breathed all over my own face for like 5 straight minutes. Yeah, it's just like, whoa.
Just like, oh dear God, what have I done to myself?
It was literally like I put the mask on when we started, and within like 3 breaths, I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna even get through this intro.
Just done. The thing is, like, we're going to be staying on camera. Although you're probably not. You're going to be jumping over to your other screen. But yeah, I'll
Yeah,
be on
I mean,
camera the whole
admittedly,
time.
you're probably gonna notice that my hand will not have a suit on it once we switch cameras, because I don't want to get ink on my suit.
That makes sense. I've already gotten like fake blood all over this, but I will, whatever.
Yeah, that shirt's toast.
Although to be honest, I didn't use any visual effects stuff. It's all
Really?
random stuff I happen to have. So
What?
it's like tissue paper stuck on with eyelash glue, and then the red is lip gloss.
Oh yeah, you're way more creative than me. I was stoked because I found this suit jacket because I've been too lazy to go donate it because I've been meaning to donate it.
Oh, okay.
And I was just like, oh, it's still by the back door. I'm so glad my laziness paid off, and that was how far I went.
Okay, I just want to like completely deviate to something completely different because I just looked up at my screen and saw the chat,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
usually at this time we have like very tame chat, which we do. We have a very like everyone's chilling and relaxing, and then all of a sudden Demon Man appears, and Demon Man says the first thing that he said to us today is, "Killed my steer and one sheep today. I guess I should have filmed it." You
What happened? Why? And why would you film it?
I don't know.
Nobody wants to watch that.
No. I'm just like, it's just a whole other world to me. I would never just be like, I'm going to kill my sheep. I wouldn't even have a sheep. I'm so far away from the opportunity of owning a sheep. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, that's just a whole different world. And then killing it would be hard. I even eat meat, but admittedly, like if I had like a pet cow, like I wouldn't be able. It would probably be like me in a hospital and then a doctor walking out and saying like, you need to sit down. Like that's how my cow would die. Like it wouldn't be. And I'd be like, oh God,
that's all Demon Man's leaving us with. He's leaving now.
What?
He's going to bed. So he showed up to tell us this epic moment of a story that we have no context for. We don't know how to feel. We don't know if it's sad. We don't know if it's some kind of hunting thing. And then he leaves and leaves us with this.
See, that's the thing. He's the man is such a mystery. That's why I'm so excited when we're gonna have him on the guest. That's why I haven't had him on the guest yet. It's gonna happen. I'm just waiting because
It's got to be a special show.
it's gonna be special. Because the longer I wait, like the more fascinating he is, and like he's just so there's just no one else like him. Just such a fascinating person that it's like I'm just letting it build. Just let it build. It's gonna be like one of the biggest episodes ever.
It will.
It'll be like episode 49 will be George Lucas, and episode 50 will be the Mun Man, and it will blow George Lucas out of the water, you know?
And it'll be 10 times better.
Yeah.
Okay, he's given us one more little tidbit of information. Halloween episode. They are moving into my freezer. His name was T-Bone. Oh, Demon, I kind of love you.
Yeah. What a guy.
So, was the sheep's name T-Bone? Is that what's going on here?
T-Bone the sheep? You think it was like if it was like T-Bone, it'd be related? Well, you know, I don't know. Wait, I've never eating sheep.
You're right there. I don't even know what you're saying to me now.
You know who eats sheep?
What do you mean? Who eats sheep?
Yeah.
Is that a genuine question?
Sheep meat?
Like mince. We have minced lamb. That's what I do spaghetti bolognese with.
With sheep meat?
Yeah. Like babu sheep.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had sheep.
Really? It's kind of like, it's a lighter version of beef, I would describe it as, and this is coming from someone who knows nothing about food, so take that with what you will.
So it's like somewhere between chicken and beef?
Yeah, that's what I'd say.
I never had like that kind of meat, or like venison. Never had venison.
No, I've never had that, but that's because like I don't want to eat Bambi.
Yeah, you know. Like veal. You just draw the line at some places.
It's just like, no.
Though I have had veal when I was a kid.
I love the way you just like stared off into the distance, like as you remembered this one memory from your
I was trying to piece the whole memory together, but it was a really long time ago, so all I remember is a plate with literally only a piece of veal on it. I don't even remember anything around it. It was a very specific image. I couldn't put an environment. It was a plate floating in space with veal on it. There was no environment. It looked like an old Mac commercial, like just like the white.
Oh yeah, with the hands. Yeah,
it was just the white purgatory with a piece of veal in it. That was the memory.
Demonman says steer was Holstein. His name was T-Bone.
Oh,
the
works.
sheep was a market lamb. His name was Rib Rack. He was a Suffolk. I don't know what that means. I guess that's the type of sheep.
Huh.
And then Same Dog says venison is delicious, as is elk. Elk. Oh my god.
I've never had that either, man.
All I think of when I think of elk is like the elk from Princess Mononoke.
I just picture like I don't know, like I don't ever really. It's just never a part of my life to like eat elk. Like to me, that's like something like you eat if you're in like Game of Thrones or something.
Yeah,
you know? Like
it sounds so fantastical.
Yeah, and everyone eats around a fire. You're drinking out of like a chalice or something, you know.
Oh my god, I had roasted marshmallows the other day. That's the closest I'm ever getting to eating elk. Roasted marshmallows on a fire.
You know, the last time that's pretty close. That's right. You know, last time I had a roasted marshmallow was with the Mun Man. True story.
Yeah?
Yeah, we had roasted marshmallows.
Oh my god, someone draw that. Someone draw the Mun Man.
Funisher and the Mun Man. Just chilling in some tie-dye shirts, eating roasted marshmallows.
I imagine it was near a lake of some kind.
Close, yeah. There was like it was in Alameda, so there was like an estuary.
Good,
and
I'm
then,
happy.
The Mun Man sang a song, and I actually have video of it on my phone.
Oh, it was a Suffolk, England breed of sheep. You stole one of our sheep and then killed it? How dare you? We should have got it from Wales. They've got billions of sheep. Literally, everywhere you go in Wales, you see sheep. Even if you're, like, in town, there'll be a sheep walking around.
Just, like, instead of dogs.
Yeah, there's sheep everywhere. Like, I remember distinctly walking through a town, and there were sheep in people's gardens, right? And I was like in their front gardens. I was like, what is this? And someone said that they walk out of the fields and then just walk into the front gardens and eat the grass. And I was like, this is like your equivalent of like starlings or something, or what is this?
Oh my god, that's so bizarre. I don't think I'll ever see a sheep walking around Oakland unless the zoo shuts down.
I feel like we can get Demand Man to be in control of that.
Huh?
We can get Demand Man to cause a sheep to walk around Oakland.
He can make it happen.
Yeah.
It'll probably happen at some point with him. I don't know. I could see like there being like, you know, like the hipsters all have like gardens and they all have chickens now. I could see eventually a hipster upgrading to a sheep, like somewhere in like an apartment group.
No, it was llamas, wasn't it? The new thing was llamas.
Oh god, I'm gonna like go into like West Oakland and then there's gonna be like that one hipster house with like the 9 hipsters living in it that just like party all night and piss off the neighbors, but then like, oh, we want to start like a community garden. So then they bring a bunch of trash into the yard, like and they're gonna build like a flower bed out of tires. Then they never do. There's just garbage and chickens everywhere.
And it's just like
we're gonna have a sheep and llamas.
Yeah, they just like spit everyone because that's what they do.
Actually, llamas like the most practical animal to have on a farm. They're really useful.
You know what? I think that was like a thing once. I think people were trying to convince people that they were like the equivalent of a really good camel or something. And I was like, this isn't a thing.
Llama fur is perfect for making socks or like whatever.
You can get a lot of alpacas at MCM. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
If you want an alpaca, go to MCM London or any convention, to be fair, and you will see a bajillion fuzzy alpacas, just of every size that you can think of.
Why alpacas?
I don't know. They're called alpaca sauce, and like everyone's into them.
It sounds like the weirdest thing ever. I gotta see one of these things. This sounds ridiculous. The more I hear about it.
I've got one, but it's upstairs.
Like 20,000 Demand Mans.
Imagine if... Oh my god.
I'm gonna go as Demand Man.
I was just thinking that. I feel like we should cosplay as, like, other people from the Ice Lounge.
Just people we know. Like,
yeah.
So only, like, 9 people get the reference.
Yeah. I'll be Who Died, and I'll have, like, really cool glowy paint on me.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll just be the Mun Man. And then, you know, whenever anyone in the chat, whoever they want to be in the chat, you know, go for it. I can't read it, so I'm not even sure who's in the chat right now.
I'm just sitting here reading Demand Man stuff. So we've got Demand Man, Same Dog, Slam, and Meta Baron, I think, so far. Although it says that there's 12 people watching, so... Hello, silent people. Feel free to comment in chat and let us know what's up. Alright, I want to know, whilst we chat, what's everyone dressing up for Halloween? Because this is actually my first ever Halloween costume. Ta-da!
That's nuts.
Yeah, I'm actually like, I was like way too excited.
I would have figured with all the comic stuff, you'd be like all over that. Like I'm like one of those like lazy Halloweeners where it's like 4 days before Halloween and I'm trying to figure out what to do about it, and then I usually just get stressed and it doesn't happen. Except this year I got it locked down. But I'm kind of surprised. I would have figured you would have been dressing up like, you know.
It's kind of a combination of things. Like I've dressed up for conventions before. But that's about it. But like when I was very little, my oh, hello Animaniac. Silence is golden, says Animaniac. When I was like younger, I grew up in a Christian family, so it was kind of a we'd rather you didn't celebrate Halloween because it's kind of against what everyone wanted, so we just didn't do anything for it. And then once I was old enough to actually like decide on my own, okay, I want to dress up and stuff, MCM was always on the weekend of Halloween, so I didn't have the time to do MCM and Halloween. So yeah, it's kind of crazy doing this right now, and I feel like Alan got it absolutely perfect when he said that I would feel like a zombie today. I couldn't sleep. Like usually on a Monday I sleep through till like 1 p.m. so that I can then stay up all night. And I woke up at 9:30 this morning and couldn't go to bed.
Oh God.
So that's why I fell asleep, and then the podcast was late.
Jesus.
Animaniac says, might try to fix up my Professor Chaos costume that got damaged while trudging through New York City Comic Con. Ooh, you went to NYCC.
Professor Chaos. New York Professor Chaos.
Demon Man has another nugget of awesome from a world that I have never been. It's so far away from me. I don't even like.
Yeah.
Demon Man says, I'm going to a gay nudist camp as Santa.
Well, how do you go? So he's just wearing the hat. That's it. He's just gonna wear the hat and nothing else.
Right?
For the boots. He can wear the boots and the hat and the belt, but nothing else. Only the accessories.
I feel like, is there laws at nudist camps about the maximum you're allowed to wear, or is it that you can wear whatever you want, but be aware that some people won't be wearing anything?
Yeah, I think he should also have a bunch of other naked dudes with like reindeer antlers, and then just have them on.
Yes. Oh my God, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, take it to the next level.
I kind of think that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Do like a drawing of everyone for the podcast. You just have to do it from there upwards.
Yeah, or just they're down, and then we'll just show the
and then we'll
reference
just
photo.
straight away get flagged. It's fine.
Get gone.
We'll just give up. It's alright. We're at 35 episodes. We give up now.
We're at 35 episodes?
This is the 35th episode. We've done this for too long, officially.
That's crazy.
I know. It's kind of mental.
Huh?
That means that we've been talking to each other for, we can probably figure this out. So
35 weeks. And 35 weeks and a day.
Yeah. That's so weird. We'd be able to, track our friendship based on this podcast.
Yeah, because we wrote, 3 messages to each other before and literally spoke to each other for the first time the day before the first podcast.
Yep.
So we've been friends for 35 weeks and 1 day.
Oh, happy 35 weeks and 1 day.
Happy 35 weeks and 1 day of friendship. It's so measurable.
It is. Demon Man says that straight camps it's mandatory to be naked in a pool or hot tub. Gay camp it's whatever. Okay, I learned a thing.
How about that? Do they still make you wear sandals in the shower if it's a nudist camp because you don't want to get athlete's foot?
Oh, that's not really a thing here. I guess athlete's foot is a thing, but no one's
No one ever really does that anyways.
No one wears the sandals, yeah.
No, unless
Shut
it's
my pumpkin.
Huh?
Shut my pumpkin. It's the wrong colour.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks green, but I didn't know if that was just, me.
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
I was gonna ask, but I was kind of embarrassed. I'm just is that pumpkin green? Am I?
No, yeah, it's completely the wrong colour.
Is that a Christmas pumpkin?
We grew it in the garden. How cool is that?
You guys have a pumpkin garden?
We have the size of the table that I'm sat at now, little allotment area, and we grow whatever we feel like randomly growing in there. But we decided to
a bunch of blueberries or 2 pumpkins.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a lot of space, but we decided to grow a pumpkin for Halloween. Now I don't think it's going to turn orange in time. I wonder if Demon Man knows about pumpkins. Will it turn orange?
Just ask him. He knows. I'm sure he does.
But yeah, I don't think it's going to turn orange because it's got a little bit of oranginess on the other side, but it's mostly just the green color at the moment. Apparently it's sunlight that turns it to orange, but I'm so excited because I've never had a pumpkin. I've never eaten pumpkin. I've never carved a pumpkin for Halloween.
You never had roasted pumpkin seeds?
Nope. So it's a year of firsts, actually.
Carving pumpkins is fun. I should do that. Oh, maybe, I don't know. I'm in an apartment. It's not the same. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, put it in like the front? It's just gonna get smashed by the drunk people at the bar. Like, what am you know?
Put it in the window. Get a little baby one and put it in the window.
Like, carve a pumpkin and make a jack-o'-lantern in the winter. I'm just gonna light something on fire if I do that. Yeah, I could put it on my back porch.
My man just said the most wise-sounding sentence I've read in a while.
Yeah.
It will turn in time.
Yeah, that sounds like that's just one of those apply to everything in life.
Yeah.
There.
I feel like it will turn in time.
It will turn in time.
And then I'll put that on loads of things.
And then, like in this book of quotes, it will turn in time. You know, I'm going to
sounds like a book, doesn't it?
Up as Santa Claus, the Mud Man.
Oh, it's edible. Okay, so that means I can eat it as it is now. Well, actually cook it and whatever, but yeah.
Awesome. You're gonna make pumpkin pie?
Yeah. If I can figure out how to do that, I shall Google.
Pumpkins just like keep on giving. They're pretty amazing. It's kind of a shame they're only really associated with Halloween.
It's really big as well. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, they're awesome. And they make that thump sound when you hit them. They sound just right. Like a big thump thump. I don't know. I like the thump sound of a pumpkin.
Okay. Instead of drawing Carve the Pumpkin, you were thinking of doing that.
I was, and then I just, considering I couldn't even get the costume in time, there was a lot that actually happened last week, so there was a lot of mad scrambling. City council meetings, meeting up with people over prospective things, trying to get more art in San Francisco. It was constructive, but exhausting, and what it led to is I never got to get the stuff to carve a pumpkin. I wanted to carve an RGD pumpkin. That's probably for the best because I don't know how. You have to get like special tools for that, and it's like, you know, am I going to really introduce that into my life at this point? Like, oh, like I'm a professional pumpkin carver, you know?
You're not ready for that. It's not the time.
No, you know, I'm just getting into like the music stuff, and I have the art thing. Like, do I really have room for like professional level pumpkin carving? You know?
I feel like you do.
I don't know. I think that's something I would enjoy trying at some point in my life, but I don't think there's room for it. That's like a retirement thing.
Yeah, that's gonna be your thing.
There's some people that like, there's just some people that can just do any weird random project. And I don't know how they stay alive. Like there's that, I don't know her name. What was her name? She always like posts on Reddit, and she'll be on the front page, and she'll be like, "Here's a random photo I took," and it'll be like some set that must have taken like 65 hours to take the photo. And she's like, "I decorated my parents' house," and it's like insanely detailed. You're like, "What do you do? Is this like what you do?"
You just do the things, and they're amazing.
Elaborate things, and then you take like a. I mean, I'm sure there's some like photography company thing attached or something, but I'm always just like really confused by that stuff. It's just like, how do you? You're bizarre. You have a lot of talent in a lot of very specific places. I don't know how people do it.
I draw things. That's what I
know.
do.
I draw a little bit, and then that's pretty much the only thing I do well enough to be recognized. Like anything else is kind of like I don't do like well enough for it to be special.
Oh.
Well, no, I mean that's just how it is. Like everybody's kind of got the things they're talent. That's mine. Like it's the art thing. But I don't, you know, there's nothing else in my life that's gonna be like, oh man, have you had one of Mike's pastries? Like no one's ever gonna say that because that's not, you know.
Sorry, I'm typing in chat. Do you want to like swap your screen over?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over.
And also explain what we shall be drawing whilst I ignore everyone and talk in chat instead.
And switch my thing, and then I will explain to people stuff.
Awesome. In the meantime, hello chat. I am sending you messages.
All right. So everyone can draw monsters and ghouls for Halloween. What I'm doing is I'm drawing an RGD. I'm drawing Miss Happy Mess. And I'm going to do something. I don't know. I'm going to, you know, Halloweenify her.
I'm excited about this because you kind of hate creativity.
Yeah, I don't really go for the whole creative approach to art. It's a little out of my element, you know. It's not my style. So this is going to be, you know, this is going to be very whatever the phrase is that I'm looking for that means that it's not my normal thing. As I said, I only work on the art thing. I don't practice other stuff like my vocabulary and writing languages. You know, I'm not a worldly man.
These Hershey's are so good.
The what is?
These things.
What do you? Wait, hold on. Oh, the cookies and cream thing.
Mm-hmm.
You should talk about how good it is, and then maybe they'll send a crate of them.
It's actually really, really good.
I know. I really actually like that flavor. Like normal Hershey's chocolate's just like whatever. You know, it's fine. It's nothing particularly special. But I actually like their kind of more silly flavors, like the cookies and cream and all that stuff. All right.
Okay. What should I draw?
I don't know. You're the one that knows how to make stuff up and just draw it off the top of your head. That's weird to me. I don't know how you do that kind of stuff.
Related. Wait, actually, can you even see? Wait, I'll show the banner off first before I move.
Yeah, the banner turned out beautifully.
Thank you. I'm actually really happy with it. So, there's the banner.
If people want to see you working on the banner, they can watch last week's episode.
Yeah, although I actually changed the design a lot between the actual thing on the show and then what I did. So I'm going to stand next to it so that you can see how big it is, and then I'll come back, but I won't be able to hear you, just so you know. So
I'm going to say a bunch of really mean, insulting things. No, I won't. I'd never do that. But it's huge. That thing was, like 85 million pixels tall by 26 million pixels across.
Yeah, it's 26,000 by 800 millimeters, whatever that is.
Jesus.
Oh, dude, it was a nightmare trying to get this thing sorted, okay? Because... Let me sort the screen out first. So, I was trying to get it sorted so that so I could get it printed in time for the MCM Friday.
Yeah.
And every time I finished it, and then I sent it around to a whole bunch of people, and I was like, "Can you check this? See what you think of it. Let me know if there's any issues with it, that kind of thing." And I got a few little comments. They're like, "Okay, I think you should do this. I think you should do this." Sorted it all out, and I finished it about 30 minutes before it had to be sent in to the company that I wanted to print it with, and they would have printed it for £29. And
that's
then
a good deal.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's really good.
Yeah. And I was sitting there waiting for it to send in, and it never actually did. It got to 45% and then wouldn't go any further than that. And I was so upset because that meant that I missed the deadline for getting it in. And I called them up and I said, "I've been sitting here. It's actually on your website right now. It just won't, the transaction won't finish. What do I do?" And they were like, "Well, you've missed the deadline, so even if it did go through now, you won't get it until Monday." And I was like, "What?"
Oh my God.
And I did that 4 times with different companies, because every time you take the design to another company, they've got a different set of like specifics for the size and ratios and whatever that they want. Like some of them have different bleeds and stuff like that. So every time I found a new printer, I had to sort out the design and like edit the edges and stuff like that. So there was always the tight thing, and I think I missed 3 of them, and the final one, which was the only company left, was £72.
There you go.
So I went from paying £29 to 72, which I'm very upset about.
Yeah, that's a good amount of money. That's the number I was looking for.
That was expensive, man. I've never spent that kind of money on a promotional item. It's so expensive, but the quality is really good, and hopefully it will last a long time.
Let me tell you, to never start oil painting. Oh my god. I had to buy oil painting supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought it wasn't this brand. I bought a cheaper brand of paint. It was 2 white tubes like this, and then a yellow ochre and a burnt umber this size, and 3 brushes that were pretty much like, they were round brushes, but pretty much like this kind of size. And the total cost was $170.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Yeah, they took me they rung it up at the register, and I was just like, oh, because I'm used to like the cadmium paints and the expensive, heavier paints being like $35-40 a tube. I am not used to paints like fucking yellow ochre being that much. And yeah, so that made it really hard to then go to the studio and look at like my big figurative painting I'm working on and being like, oh, like I have to mix a big palette, and that means like I can look at that palette and I can like attribute a number to it now of how much it cost me, and it's just horrific.
That's kind of terrifying. Yeah,
it sucked. I didn't really know that it increased that much. I think it's because there really is only like one major art store out here at this point. So oh my god. I don't know. I think like I was pretty blown away, and you said 40 for the banner from that first price. Like that's a really impressive.
Yeah, 29 it was.
29.
It was 2 for 56. So I was actually planning on getting 2 of them, but obviously I didn't get a chance to finish 2 pieces of artwork.
That makes me want to start just ordering banners that I don't need banners.
I know, right? I was like, literally the reason why I made a banner was because it was so cheap.
Yeah. I mean, that cost is ridiculous.
I'm so glad I made it though. I'm really happy with how it came out because
it was totally worth it. Even at the more expensive price, that banner is totally worth it.
Thank you. I think the thing was I really wanted something that could advertise the book well, because we were finding that the other banner, if you saw it in full, it worked well. But because half of it is cut off above the table, so I think the table ends there.
Mm-hmm.
Because so much of it's cut off, it looks very flowery, like the other banner. And that meant that like the wrong crowd was coming to the table, because the book is very much aimed at like classically guys. It's very actiony, very adventure-y. And it just didn't work. We were getting the wrong crowd, and then they'd come over to the table, and then they weren't actually interested in the book, and they'd walk away. So I wanted something that could advertise the book better. And I also wanted something that could advertise like where my skill level's moving towards. Because I've been doing so much studying lately. And I actually got a few comments saying that from fellow artists that they'd noticed that my skill levels since the last London show had improved a lot. Oh, wait a second. Demunman says he can't download the Imgur of the post that you've selected. Did she delete her post, or is Imgur messing up, or Imager messing up?
Hold on a second. Let me pull up all that stuff. I hope she didn't delete it.
Oh, Demunman says never mind.
Nah, you spoofed me.
I was really worried. I was like, oh my god, stop everything.
I gotta open up the chat. I haven't even opened up the chat yet. I want to say hello to everybody.
Hello. I'm gonna try and draw like a transforming werewolf, I think.
Transforming werewolf. Kind of a dog and kind of a guy. Or a girl, I don't know. They have werewolf girls too. They just don't talk about them as much. Do they have werewolf girls in high school? And are they also good at basketball?
I'm going to try and move the screen around so that it shows a bit more of the page. Hello, Foxtrot. How are you?
So Foxtrot. How come? Do they have werewolf girls? It never seems to like happen.
That's what I was just thinking. I was just thinking I
can't
haven't
think of
really
any.
seen one.
I actually have to say a werewolf girl. I can't just say a werewolf and have it mean both genders. You know?
It's weird.
Come
isn't
on.
it?
I don't mean to get all like SJW on the podcast here, but where are all the werewolf girls?
Should I draw a werewolf
She-wolves.
girl?
Is it just she-wolf? Is that what it's called? Or is that just a wolf that's a girl? Maybe that's just the scientific term for a female wolf.
I don't know.
A she-wolf.
No, there's no way that's the scientific name for a
I
female
know.
wolf. What are you on about? For a second there, I accepted that.
Well,
And
it
then I
sounds
was like,
pretty good,
"Shut
you know?
up."
Sometimes people come with phrase. It was kind of like when I asked, like, what's a good, like, phrase for a slutty guy, and someone said a he-whore, and I'm like, that is amazing. I don't know why I hadn't heard that before. I don't know if anyone else has. Is anyone else here familiar with the term a he-whore? Maybe not.
No, I've never heard of that.
Speaking of he-whores, I had an interesting experience. So I went on Friday night. I go to a club because there was a show I was really excited to see. I was going to see The Egyptian Lover, just like old school electro, like dude right there from the beginning himself. I couldn't be more excited. And it was at a club in San Francisco. And normally, what's cool about the club is they have a really good sound system. But I'm not really like a clubby kind of guy. I'm just more kind of your typical like venue or like kind of indie venue or like bar scene thing. But this is an all right spot, and they have a really good sound system, and some DJs I knew were playing there, so that was going to be fun. And the show was amazing and blew my mind. But I had an interesting moment because I'm just dancing and just getting into it and just loving the music, and then I look up in front of me, and there's this girl just standing there, and she's just staring. And I'm like, huh? And then she's kind of like smiling. I'm like, oh, her friend must be, because she's not staring at me. She's staring off to the side. I'm like, oh, she must have like a friend that's doing something funny. And I just didn't think about it. So I'm just kind of in my zone. And then I'm dancing. I look over, I realize there's no one there. She's just like, and then I realize, oh, she's just like off her face, just rolling so hard. She's so high. And so I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. But then there's a weird thing. So it's like, oh, whatever, people, however people do their thing at whatever the show, however they get into it, that's fantastic. Everyone just get into it and have fun. But then within like, this isn't a long period of time because I'm just kind of doing my thing, and she's just in front of me. And then it must have actually been more like 6 minutes. I see like 3 different dudes try to come up and just suddenly like just grind, like just like all over her, just like immediately. And she'd have to like, and like get away. And I was just like, oh my God, is that just what it's like all the time? Like, cause I knew it was always kind of bad or it could get really annoying, like when you're in a place when you got like a bunch of bros, like collared shirt bro kind of scene, like a collared shirt bro scene is that scene. But then it made me think back to like the last week when I'm hanging out and I go, and I go up to someone just sitting there and I'm like, hello. And they're like, get away from me. Well, they didn't say that. But it was like that feeling. And I was just like, I wonder if she just goes out and has that same experience, just spends like, hey, I want to go dancing. I want to go see a show or even go meet someone. But then you just get like every 4 minutes, there's just like a creeper, just like all over you suddenly. And you just have to keep batting them away the whole damn night. And I just it's like, bros, you guys, y'all do it to yourselves, I'm just really what I am is I'm a bro downwinder. That's what happened is the effects of the bros just like being creepers is just like, all the rest of the guys are just like downwinders to them. We just get like the effects, all the negative effects, all the brodiation is just getting all over us. And then it just ruins everything else. I don't know if anyone else had that experience, but it was quite a learning experience. Because I've obviously seen these things before. I'm old enough and have been around enough to know kind of the scene. But I was amazed at how frequent it is. I would imagine, in one evening, there's like a group of ladies. They'd each have to bat away like, maybe 4 guys through the course of the evening. Not like 3 or 4 guys every 10 minutes. Get it together, fellas. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there was a lady at MCM London who ended up putting a post on the MCM page, and she said that she got very, very drunk at the after party and just had to sit down to like relax. It was at the MCM after party.
Yeah.
And she said she sat down just to kind of sober up, and some guy just decided to force himself on her. I don't
Oh,
believe he actually did anything to her, which is
yeah.
good, thank God that.
But he's
But
just like all over her, right?
yeah, but all over her, and like no one's stopping him apparently as well. And it's
Oh.
just like, oh my God, it's terrifying.
Well, it's and I would imagine that must happen, particularly that I could see that kind of thing happening a lot at convention parties because, already, I mean, fortunately, the community's changed enough where a lot of people are more connected now than they used to be. Because back in the day, if you were into what would be, quote, as nerdy things, I mean, even now, I imagine it can be somewhat isolating. But particularly, like, when I was growing up, that was really isolating because it wasn't, it just wasn't a shared thing or you couldn't connect as much. But even then, I think people just assume since somebody has some general interest that they just like invite themselves all over a person. It's just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just sitting there. I was just like, I don't know. Maybe I mean, I always knew that, this scene was like that, but I thought it would be like more mutual. Like I figured if I went to a club and it was just kind of nuts, that it just be everybody would just be go because I've seen that before where everyone's just all over each other, but that's just kind of the scene. But this was like so forced from so many different parties. It was just kind of like, whoa, this is really weird. It was like it was really awkward. It was pretty cringy, but
Did you do anything?
huh?
Did you do anything?
Oh, well, like, hey, bro, step off. No, because the thing is like the dudes would just try to get up and then she just kind of away and then they'd be like, oh, and then they just like move off,
Okay, so they left her alone.
Yeah, no, they left her alone. Like once she stepped away, like they were good about that. Like once, and that tends to be the thing is like once she's kind of like, yeah, nah, moves away, they're like, oh, okay. It was nothing like nobody was like, yeah, if somebody was getting like too far, it'd kind of be like, all right. But it was still just like it just kind of blew me away that it was like such a short period of time. I mean, I don't know. I was like, maybe I'm old or something, but it's like, are these dudes just cannot read an environment at all? Like, because it was pretty clear. Like I guess what also bothered me too is she was like obviously super high. You know what I mean? So there was a part of me that was just kind of like, dudes, you guys are like taking advantage of a situation.
Yeah.
Like it's very clear. It's very clear that she's like super high, but she's not just like, but she's also particularly, you could tell on a drug that's like very much one they're trying to take advantage of the situation of. And it's just kind of like, or at least if they don't notice that, it's like, you guys need to be able to like recognize that stuff a little more, like, because it's pretty freaking inappropriate.
Well, I guarantee they knew. I guarantee it.
They probably, I mean, I guess if I did, and I was, by that point, it was late and, I had some drinks in me and I could read that situation pretty fast. Like, I'm just saying, like, bros need to ease up because, I don't want to be a downwinder to the brodiation. Like, they got to keep that to themselves, But that's I guess that's going to be my my SJW rant. And now everyone's going to call me a Tumblrina and get mad at me for actually. And I know, like, a lot of people would be like, well, duh, Mike. But it was kind of the thing where, like, even for me, I've fucking gone to clubs and seen things. But even for me in this particular instance, I was, like, pretty surprised. Like, whoa, I've never seen... I guess it was all because it was just so condensed into like one environment. I've never seen it so like dominant in one instance in such a short period of time. And I mostly just felt bad because I was just like, it seemed to be fine and her and her friends were enjoying themselves, but like to a certain degree it's like I wonder how many nights are just ruined by this. Like you want to go to a show or see a thing and then it's just like you end up just dealing with this the whole fucking night. Must be pretty common.
Something that a lot of people noticed at the MCM show is that it was probably the friendliest it's ever felt in terms of safety.
Well, that's good.
A lot of people said that at the actual show itself, like they felt really safe, which was really good to hear.
That's good to hear. Yeah, people need to. I don't know. You know what it is, and I think a lot of it is like I guess what gets me too is it's like, oh man, like you guys like. Aren't you here to like see the show? Like the show is awesome. Like to go. I guess it was also funny to me because I was just stoked to see the show, And then like you're there, and then you realize like, oh yeah, like there's still people that like come to shows just because it's like chicks, and it's like, come on, this is a horrible way to meet women. You should really just come to enjoy the show, like. But whatever. I guess that's something you learn when you get into your 30s. It's like, yeah, just go to enjoy the thing that's happening. See here, Justin the Cheetah. When I went to VNV Nation Deep House Techno concert, there were a bunch of 5-foot-tall girls tripping balls, and they constantly needed cuddle buddies. So see, they should have just been at this club because then everyone would have gotten what they needed. So there was a bunch of random cuddling and grinding from both genders. It seemed to just be part of the scene. Let's see, that works. My friend had to fight off a 16-inch girl who really shouldn't have been there. Whoa, yeah. That's kind of, well, I guess if usually even in those things, it's not like all ages. It's like 18 plus. That's kind of weird. There's clearly on ecstasy, and she was constantly trying to hug and grope him. Oh, reverse. I don't know. I think people just need to be able to read their environment a little bit better. But I guess, like, you know, if you're like in the scene where everyone's just like rolling and that's the vibe, and it's going to turn into a like Demon Man. It's going to turn into a Demon Man style cuddle buddy party. Because I imagine Demon Man's he's got stories about everything. He must have like some like intensely, stories of, crazy cuddle parties and orgies from back in the day. But I mean, if there are persons in that, if it's that kind of environment in the club and everyone's going for that and it's all understood, it's like that's one thing. But like when it's a thing when that's like clearly not the scene. Oh, Demon Man's falling asleep. Good night, Demon Man.
I think he's posted a drawing as well.
Yeah. Oh, let me jump over. So when they have like conventions like MCM and everything, is it become like this festival style thing where there's a lot of just like a bunch of parties and everything going late into the evening everywhere as well?
It's more the smaller conventions that do that. MCM and that do have their own parties, and they do get a bit crazy. Mm-hmm. One guy fell in the river on Saturday.
I can laugh, right? He was okay?
Yeah, he was all right.
All right, good. Because that was funny.
There was a lot of, like, controversy because there's an area outside of MCM where there's, like, a green area, right? Outside of the Excel Center. And in previous years, people have been able to hang out on there, but every single year, the guards and that have complained because people have just left just trash everywhere on it, right? Oh, is that a picture?
Sucks. Oh, yeah, I've got the Demon Man. It's in Halloween spirit.
Very good.
I always love Demon Man's line drawings.
I like the eyelashes, actually.
Yeah, that's a nice touch. Gave the jack-o'-lantern style eyelashes.
Oh, Justin Cheetah's like, I'm always super late for this. Well, so was I, so you're fine.
Yeah, you came right on time this week.
So there's this area outside that's like, usually everyone hangs out on, but it gets covered in trash completely. And this year they blocked it off. They put a gate around it. And there was so much hate about it. They were like, oh, you're ruining the scene because you're putting these gates up and destroying our fun, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
And then when the guy fell in the river, they, like, used the gate, like the fence gate, and, like, put it all the way down so that he could climb up it like a ladder.
Like, fished him out with the gate?
Yeah. And, like, this isn't just any river. I'm pretty sure it's the Thames.
That's kind of, if you're going to fall into a river, I mean, you're like falling into history there, right?
Yeah, but most people don't get out.
Oh.
No, you don't usually get out of the Thames if you fall in it. Like in London. If you're like up or down the river, you're all right because you're in like greenery and stuff. But if you're in London, a lot of people just don't get out of that.
What? What do you mean? Why?
Because it's really deep, really wide, and really fast.
I could do it. Sounds like a challenge. I got this locked down.
Also, I realised that sentence sounded bad.
Hey, that was you that points that out.
Yeah, I amuse myself with stuff like that. I really do.
Give yourself that's your own. That's what she said.
Yeah, I tend to
That's
like.
what I said.
I do those jokes in my head and I don't say them, and I'm just sitting there chuckling to myself, and people are like, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, I can't even say it because you people will like lose respect for me. I'm going to sort out the fact that there is a beeping phone in the background. I'm going to go and try and find it and shut it up. So I'll be back in a minute.
It's just going to be me in the chat. Hello, chat. Justin the Cheetah, you have a Monday class from Oh, shit, I just dropped something. God. A Monday class from 7 to 9:45. Normally, I'd ask why it runs so late, but I'm going to ask the question that is on everyone's mind. Why doesn't it just end at 9:30 or 10? Why 9:45? That's weird. I want to contact your professor about that.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We were set. Yeah.
I brought a cat.
I was going to just say, when you were setting up, I was hearing the cat go nuts. Oh.
Hey, boo.
That's perfect. That is like you got the pumpkin, you got the black cat, you got the zombie. This is a perfect Halloween episode celebration.
It is. I feel like I did well.
Yeah, you really did. You came together. You did much better than me. I couldn't even keep my Halloween costume on for more than 5 minutes. I was working in the lab. I should play some music. Damn.
Oh god, what am I doing with my life? Right.
You were just at a convention. You were doing lots of things with your life.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm actually just like really tired.
Yeah, you're on track.
But MCM was great fun, by the way. It went really well. Oddly, sales across the board for like not just Comic Village, but also like all across MCM appeared to be down this weekend, which is interesting. I don't know if it's because there was like weird contention going on outside of the show. I don't know if it was because ticket prices had increased, so people didn't have as much money to actually spend. I'm not really sure. It was suggested that it's partially due to the fact that there are so many London conventions. It's kind of like people used to like save up all year and then spend it all at the show. But now it's like, well, if you see something there and you want it, you have like 3 weeks to wait to see if you want to get it, and then LFCC's on, and then if you don't get it there, then there's Hyper Japan. There's so many conventions all around the year at London that people are kind of like spoiled for choice. So they'll come up to you and they'll be like, "Are you going to be at whatever convention?" And you're like, "Yeah, I will." And they're like, "Okay, I'll think about it until then."
Oh,
like, yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah,
I'd be like, no, but product is going real fast. It's going real fast. Oh.
Guess what?
What?
I only have 18 copies of book 1 left.
What?
That's how
right,
well I've
people.
done. I
You
printed
get book 1. It's time to buy it now.
Yeah, I printed 200 copies, and there's only 18 left.
Nice.
I'm so happy. Although now I have to think about getting them reprinted.
Ooh.
Because book 3 isn't even out yet, so I've got to get them reprinted.
Yeah, now you're thinking of the cost of the immediately goes, you're stoked, and then right back to, oh god, the cost of a second printing.
Yeah.
I have a first printing.
Because the thing is, the second printing will probably be about the same time that I'm getting ready to print a third book. So it'd be like 2 lots of like, what, £800 in one go?
Yeah, you're going up for the big bills right there. That's rough.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's nice though. It just means that I might be doing like a second edition, so the people who've got the first edition know that they've got the first edition.
Huh.
That kind of thing. Trying to. I think I'm gonna do like a nice little pumpkin border. I'm doing a werewolf, like with its prey, which is a unicorn. Because why the hell not?
Werewolves and unicorns are always battling. That's what every single Twilight movie was about. Werewolves
Yeah.
versus unicorns.
I'll accept that. Seeing as I never saw them, I'm going to accept that that's canon. I saw some of the first one. I was at a sleepover party with a bunch of my friends.
I like how you try to like cover the fact that you bought the first one on Criterion and probably watched all the bonus features.
I was at a sleepover with a bunch of friends, and they were like, "Oh my god, let's watch Twilight," and I was like, "All right." And they put Twilight on, and everyone immediately fell asleep.
And then you watched the whole thing.
I watched some more of it and then fell asleep. I'll admit that. I can't remember any of it. I remember this face from Miss Bella Swan.
Yeah.
Just like.
I remember it not being very interesting as I look on your back shelf and you got like the whole series on Blu-ray.
No.
You're like, do I have it? You're like, I hide that from the camera right now.
I've got the Aragon series, although apparently that's Aragon now, but I thought it was Aragon. I've got Harry Potter there.
I remember when that came out. I worked at the bookstore when that came out.
The books were very good. The books were very good. The movie was horrendous.
Everyone's like, he's only 14 and he published a book. And I'm like,
what, really?
Unpacking it from a box. Well, he was young. I don't remember how young, but he was really young. And everyone's like, this is going to be the next Harry Potter. I was like, okay, well, let's calm down here.
Yeah, that didn't quite happen.
I don't think it's gonna go that far. Let's go easy here. I never read them. I don't know. You know how I feel about things that involve imagination.
Yeah, I liked it. But you know how I am about things with imagination.
Oh yeah, you're just like, imagination's fun and liberating, and I'm like, oh.
The imagination.
You're like, you can do anything with art, and I'm like, art makes life a prison, and it's like that's just how we approach the podcast.
Oh god.
I wish I was brave enough to give up. No.
Wow.
I actually really enjoy art. I just like joking about that.
Yeah, is that what you tell yourself at night?
That's how eventually I can fall asleep. Like, it's only a joke. It's only a joke. It's only a joke, and then I fall asleep.
I really like what you're doing, actually.
Oh, thank you. I'm being creative. This is what creative people do, right?
Siri is apparently talking to me right now.
What's Siri want?
Siri says, I'm not sure I understand. I'm like, shut up, Siri.
She just wants to get in on the topic. She's like, Mike, I got some topics about brodiation.
I've got the guy, Siri.
Oh, you got Guy Siri? Does he have a different name, like Kevin or something?
I've got Australian Siri.
Oh, heavens. Oh, wow. Look out.
I wonder what you were going to say then.
I was going to do it. I wanted to do an accent and then remembered I can't do accents, so I stopped myself.
They haven't got a Scottish Siri, which breaks my heart, but they've got an Australian one, and that'll do.
They don't have like a casual, I guess Siri's normal voices. They don't have like a Californian dude voice like me.
They have an American one, but it's like generic movie American.
Wow, they need a California style, Northern California. They can just be like, yo, this place is hella close.
I think I'd like that. That'd be fun.
Yeah. You'd be like, you're like, where's the nearest place I can get some sushi? And I'd be like, I'm sorry, I can't find the nearest burrito place. And you're like, burrito place? You mean a taco? It's called a burrito place.
I'm going to try and make this like super Halloween-y. I'm going to put like bats in front of the moon and stuff.
No, that's Halloween.
Yeah.
I'm being creative, using my imagination to draw stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, drawing stuff with my imagination. I realized when we were setting up the topics for this show, as I was mentioning the things going on, and I was like, oh, I have a bunch of stuff happening like that's going on in the Bay Area and I've been involved with that are like big topics. But I realized like, oh man, these topics are like a bummer. They're like bummer topics, and it's the Halloween episode.
It is the Halloween episode.
I should have been like, what's everyone's like favorite scary art, right?
I mean,
Right?
that's a question.
Yeah, right. What's everyone's favorite scary movie or painting? I don't know, scary paintings. Like, what would be like? I mean, there's Goya with like Saturn devouring his children. That's a scary painting. That's pretty awesome.
That's the thing.
And that's a classic.
That's definitely a thing.
There's lots of good works of art of demons ripping people apart.
I
Thanks,
got asked to
Catholic Church.
draw a couple, one as a demon and one as an angel. Like, oh my god, I did it on the Sunday. I actually didn't get a break on Sunday. I had my lunch break taken up by a commission, so I literally shoved a pancake in my mouth and then carried on working.
A
It was
pancake.
like, oh my god, I had the best pancake, right? It was okay.
Are pancakes the same thing out there as they are out here?
It was like a, you know what you guys have for breakfast? The little pancakes.
Like where you pour the stuff and then
The
flip
maple
it over on the
syrup
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 of those, and then fill it with it was lemon cheesecake. Okay? And you get the weird Japanese food that I ate.
How do you fill a pancake with stuff?
So 2 pancakes.
Oh, okay.
Like a sandwich. So you put,
Oh, okay. A pancake witch.
and then you squidge it down.
All right. So a pancake witch with what was it inside?
Lemon cheesecake.
That sounds so sweet.
Oh, it was so good. I'm not even gonna lie, right? Everyone at my table had one. We all like took a bite from it and we're just like, da da da, what is this? Like, we tried all the other flavors that they had, but the lemon cheesecake one was like a gift from God. It was amazing.
Sounds so, I don't even know. I can picture really liking it, but I have trouble picturing what it would taste like.
Yeah, it is literally like if you imagine like a really nice lemon cheesecake and then just make it like a little sweeter and a little breadier. That's kind of like what it tastes like, but it was so good, I swear. Oh my god. It was
That
from this
sounds
like tiny
intense.
little Japanese place.
Pancake witch.
I know.
If people in the chat have had pancake witches, I want your pancake witch stories. Same dog. Oh my god, I'm saying hella. This is Funisher's fault. See, here's the thing. I think Keith Thompson has hella scary art. See, the thing is everyone makes fun of hella, and it's getting used a lot. Like a lot of the new little shops popping up in Oakland as the gentrification is taking hold. They're like trying to be cute. Like you just move to the Bay Area, and they're like, hella cookies, and you're like, what? No, because the thing is like hella is not technically a cool word, but if you use it as well as I do, you can make it cool again. We all just need to work together. But yeah. So I say embrace hella, because if you use it right, it's still classic. You just can't let other people ruin it. Like the people with their. Like if I opened a Pancake Witch shop in Oakland, I wouldn't call it Hella Pancake Witch. I would just have a shop with my pancake witches, and then I would just, if people ask me on the street, how is it? Then I'd say, oh, it's hella good,
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you can't just, Now I'm really curious. Do you know what the thing was called?
No, I don't know what it was called. I'm sorry.
Oh, damn.
I might be able to find out if you want me to run off for a second.
No, maybe later.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this werewolf's face because I don't know how human or how wolf I want him to look.
I just want. I can't draw wolves or dogs. If I draw them, they look like weird, like long pig faces. They're weird. They don't look right. I'm horrible at drawing animals. They're really hard. drawing an animal and drawing like a modern car is really hard to draw just from brains. It's like all like subtle curves, like a pair of glasses. Like just drawing a pair of glasses out of your head on someone's face is actually really hard to make it look good.
See, the thing is, subtle curves is what I do best.
I don't know how you do that.
Curvy stuff is where I am at my best element. Anything that's more angular, you'll see that I'm struggling with it.
See, that's weird to me because I learned how to draw things all pretty much with straight lines. Like if you look at my drawings, I start with the swirly curves, but really a lot of my artistic process is all rooted in straight lines.
That's
so
interesting.
It's weird to me that you have you struggle with a thing that like I can't. Like I just am horrible with curves.
I feel like this guy's looking more like a cat because I'm flattening his face to make him look more human. He's looking too cat-like.
All right, here goes nothing. Time to bust out some brushes because I don't want to waste my hardcore marker. There we go.
I'm not texting, by the way. I'm looking up.
Sure, you're not.
Who would I text at 3 in the morning?
Just everybody. Just like just hanging out, texting like your brother, sending text to your bro, sending text to Dean. Just like can you believe what Mike just said? What dingus?
Dean doesn't watch the podcast.
Why not? Well, of course I say that, but then I realize Tim's my only friend that watches it. Nobody else does. And they're even in my time zone. The podcast is demanding. It's very long.
Justin the cheater is like freaking out right now.
Why?
He's like, questions about drawing anthros, I see. Wondering how to draw an anthro muzzle, I see. Needing reference images for werewolves, perhaps? Is that like his thing?
He is the person to talk to about all those things. Justin the cheetah, we will any advice you like.
Yeah, we'll read out any advice you have. I think I'm starting to get it. I'm kind of like widening the face out to get more of the floofiness that they have. On Wednesday night of last week, I was at a city council meeting till midnight, all about gentrification and a developer that was buying like huge portions of Oakland to develop into higher rise condominiums. Like right in the middle, like they're buying buildings that are on the street that are like our studio and all the galleries and all that and the murmurs on, and they're trying to raise the height limitation. So the height limitation is 45 feet, and they want to raise it to 85 feet so they can build more condos. And the thing is you're in a housing crisis, so you need housing because it's expensive to live out here. But the problem is all they ever build is housing that's really expensive. So it's kind of like you try to argue, they just want to build more places and then things will be more affordable. But it's like, no, you're building it for people that already can, like, you're not like building low income housing here. It's not going to solve that situation. And it kind of really screws up a lot of the neighborhood. It was an interesting meeting. And by interesting, it was kind of annoying. And so why did you have to go to it then? Or did you see it advertised and you chose?
Well, I wanted to know what was going on because I had email threads from other galleries and stuff that were on my block. And the meeting was on Wednesday. The Friday before, they send out a thing. It's 600 pages of like all the stuff that they want to get the city to approve. And they're like, oh yeah, we got to talk. So we wanted the city to first say that instead of just getting approval from the owners, you have to get approval from the occupants of the buildings as well, which looks like they might pass on that. but or they might agree to that. But it's a doozy. It's really a complicated situation, and this developer owns so much property. I don't know. It was gnarly. It was a weird feeling. Because I'm not the kind of person that's just instinctually just against any development, but it was very much like one of those things where it's like somebody comes in and then they want to like drastically change the neighborhood. It was kind of funny because they were arguing like they were making these arguments like, oh, we've been out here in Oakland for all these years and we worked on this place and this place. And then it's funny because as they're bragging about that, I realized, well, if you've been out here in this neighborhood so long and you had these places, how come the neighborhood didn't start like getting interesting until all of us showed up and made it a cool neighborhood? Like, it's like, what were you doing? Like, you're dumping millions and millions and millions of dollars. You have all these resources. You've been out here all this time, and you haven't done anything that anyone cares about. Like, and so it felt a little bit like, on one hand, the way they're trying to brag, if you just think about it one step further, you realize you're just like, well, how come then we come in with no resources? We don't need to change any city zoning. And suddenly, when we have an art walk, there's like 15,000 people outside, like during its peak. Like what you did brought a handful of people here. What we did built the neighborhood so large that the city had to intervene to make it smaller. Like, I don't know. It was just that thing where you had to realize you kind of have to like take like sometimes like to even kind of you have to learn how to like defend. You have to kind of believe in yourself because you realize when kind of the thing you built is, I hate to say under threat because that makes it sound just like good versus bad and like a simple problem. It's not a simple thing, It's like really it's just two different people in two different sets of circumstances that don't align well, and that's when the negotiation comes together so we can find a common ground. It's just one has a lot more resources than the other. But like you have to really learn how to like take a step back and look at your accomplishments, because you'll realize other people will come in and they'll make claims, and it just doesn't fit. But then at the same time, I don't know. It's interesting because I'm kind of torn in these worlds where a lot of people will just, when it comes to that out here, you'll see it on Reddit a lot too. Like there's an article on Reddit that was getting some attention because in San Francisco, the median cost of monthly rent on a 2-bedroom apartment is now $5,000 a month. For a 2-bedroom in San Francisco. Yeah. In Oakland, it's like the 5th most expensive city where I live. And so I've been here almost 10 years. So my rent is really under market value. That's why I'm still here. But it's interesting because a lot of people will quickly just point fingers at tech. They'll say, oh, tech moved in. They have all this money. They don't care, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, well, no, it's more complicated than that. It's like, yeah, tech people will like rent these places or take over these buildings. But that's just because they can just afford it and their business is there. It's not like they're moving in to be like, oh, I hate art. Get out of here. Fuck you guys. Like, that's not the goal, In fact, a lot of people in tech, instead of living further down the peninsula in Palo Alto or wherever, they want to be in San Francisco because it's interesting. And they know there's a culture there. Now that culture is leaving. There was an article in, I can't remember if it was USA Today or the Times or whatever, but it pretty much said like places you should visit. And one of them, it said like, the top something reasons to visit San Francisco now, because they're pretty much saying like all the culture is leaving. So if you want to see anything interesting that's happening in the Bay Area, like you want to go now before everyone has to leave, which is happening. But I don't know, the mentality of it's interesting. I've been talking to someone from the tech world who's very interested in art, and she's been spending a lot of time going around exploring the art in the Bay Area because she doesn't want it to leave. And it was kind of a personal journey for her. What happened was that she just realized art was just never a part of her life. And then when she was exposed to art, she really loved it. And then she started asking, well, why hasn't it been part of my life before? And it was fascinating. So she wants to try to bring more art, just into the tech world. And she's far into that culture. So I've been talking to her and brainstorming different ideas and sharing ideas on it to how to try to like, because I don't think the mentality of those two worlds is too far off from each other. I just think it's just a conflict of kind of just a little bit of a conflict of real estate and a little bit of resources, but really, I mean, both worlds influence each other quite a bit. It's just not as direct, I think, as it could be. Because the one thing is everyone says, they say, oh, well, like tech is invading this and that. And, they stand up for art. No, tech people don't care, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is I've seen plenty of instances in the art world where it's people in the art world just seeing tech people for their money. Like they're not seeing tech people for their ideas because they have really interesting ideas. And that always offended me. Like I always hated it when, someone finds out that like in a gallery, that the person in there works for a tech company, and then they're just like sharks. They're just like all over them. And it's just like, they try to say, oh, we want to reach out to the tech world now that they're moving in. And it's kind of like, no, you just wanted to reach out to their money, because if you wanted to reach out to their world, you would actually be involving yourself and your business in that world, which you haven't. And so that always kind of like, and that was the thing, is I think that needs to be brought a little bit to the art world as well. It's just kind of a rough situation because the economics and the kind of social aspects of it are tricky and complicated. And you start getting a lot of predatory developers and just, I don't know, just different people in different fields. Like you get predatory people in every field. You get predatory people from the art field. You get predatory people from tech, real estate. It's quite a quagmire. And I pretty much spent all of last week dealing with it and discussing and brainstorming it. I don't know what the future really holds out here for as far as what will happen with the culture in the Bay Area. A lot of it's already moved. A lot of the people went to Portland or LA. So be it.
I think it's interesting, like, just how involved you are in your local area, that you know so much about this. Like, I wouldn't know any of this about where I am at all.
You'd probably know about it if it was coming into your home. You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing where, like, I didn't know about the city council meeting until I saw all these things suddenly, and I was like, I really should go to this. And it was hard because all I wanted to do was go to the studio. That's all I wanted to do all week. I got no art done all week, but that's really all I wanted to do. Because you only have so much room in your life. Like, I can't save. It's like that thing is like I feel like it's a duty of mine as an artist in the Bay Area to try to explore options, brainstorm ideas, talk to people, and be aware. But I also just want to be an artist. Like, I don't have the resources to devote, 20 hours a week to this, like, because I have a job and I have to, it's just limited resources. But I mean, it's the thing is, like, you have a studio, then suddenly a developer comes in, they start buying all the buildings on the street, and they want to suddenly increase the size. Oh, and they also wanted to get rid. There is regulation for parking. So if you have a certain number of units, you needed to have like a certain number of parking spaces you make available. And they wanted to get that removed to say, if you're close enough to public transportation, you don't need to provide parking. And we were just like, oh, hell no, because already it's hard enough to find parking on the streets. Like, if you want to suddenly introduce all these new residents, like, you need to put a parking lot in that building. Like, so it's stuff like that. Because it already is like our gallery doesn't get much like car traffic or clients needing to park. But if you have a business and a person drives in from another city and there's nowhere to park, it can be really frustrating. And if you're in like a sensitive sales environment and your customer walks in already pissed off because they couldn't park, like, good luck being able to like talk about art to them,
Yeah.
So yeah. Spent the whole week dealing with that. It was interesting, but it's tough. But it was also two very different worlds, because I have one world of artists being just like, kind of having their ideas towards a lot of these things, and then the very next day I go talk to someone else from the other world, and it's just very interesting because I'm like kind of I'm finding myself more and more in the middle of it. It's kind of fascinating.
I don't know. I mean, there's nothing. I want to add something to it, but there's nothing I can add because I don't know about this kind of thing really.
Oh, you'll see. It'll come for you too. I don't know how. Eventually, you'll have the whole startup culture show up in Essex. Everyone's going to be walking around in their blue shirts with the white text of their company in a sans serif font. Some guy's going to ride by on an electric skateboard. You're going to be like, when did my town start looking like a college campus? Because that's like what San Francisco
I don't
looks
care.
like.
My town is literally just Poundland. My town is Poundlands, Morrison's, and Boots, and that's it.
What were all the things you just said? Poundlands?
Poundlands is a shop that has like loads of random crap in it that costs £1.
Oh, okay. That's
and
like
then,
our yeah, all right.
And then Morrison's is like a grocery store where everyone walks really slowly in it. Tesco's is the one where everyone walks like at a decent speed. Morrison's is where little old ladies go.
And then you said Boots, which is your pharmacy, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's like our Walgreens.
And then we have like loads of Chinese, like fast food stores. That's it. That's my town, pretty much.
Hey, that sounds, I'll tell you, this is what it looks like when your town starts. This is how a town gentrifies, and then these issues come up. All right, you have a town that's everything that it is right now. All right, and then at some random point, like the area in it that's like more warehousey, industrial, someplace. It'll be.
We don't have that.
What will come first? It will be see. Your town wouldn't really like you kind of need a little bit. Well, I guess the uptown in Oakland wasn't really like that. It was more a lot of car dealerships. But you'll have. I'm trying to think because at the same time you'll get kind of the hipstery coffee shop, and like like a group of artists will move into like one building, and then they'll open some type of little studio or gallery thing or a little print shop, and you'd be like, "This is kind of cool and funky. What's this about?" And then a little coffee shop's gonna pull up, and you're gonna be like, "Whoa, there's good coffee. It took 9.5 hours to make my coffee, but it's good. That's cool." The guy kind of seemed weird to me, but that's fine. And then that's there, right? And you're like, oh, that's interesting. And then what ends up happening is then there'll be like some type of restaurant with like a little twist. It'll be like the restaurant. It's like I'm joking right now. It'll be like the guy that makes the really fancy Pop-Tarts, right? It'll be like, oh, they make this like because for us they'll have places like there's a restaurant right down the street that only makes mac and cheese. Like they only do like different fancy types of apparently it's really good, but they only do mac and cheese. And I'm like, that only would work like in this environment, So that will pop up. You'll get like a little boutique, right? And then those kind of things. You're like, all right, this is all right. And then suddenly like a fancy restaurant will pop up and you're like, all right, this is kind of interesting. And then there's going to be some development. Like next to all that, there's going to be a hole in the ground. And you're going to be like, what are they building here? And it's going to be a hole in the ground for like 1.5 years. And then suddenly there's going to be this huge condo complex. Like the next day, it'll be a hole in the ground for 1.5 years. And then you'll go to sleep and you'll wake up 9 hours later. There's like an 8-story building of condos. And you're like, that's weird. And they'll have some kind of yellowish, like kind of a, like
Do you call flats condos? Is that what's going on?
Well, there's apartments and there's condos. Condos you can buy. I think that's kind of the difference. So there's usually be high-end apartments. Yeah, we don't use the term flats out here.
Right, okay.
And then that pops up, right? But then there'll be the businesses. See, what's interesting about San Francisco, since it's like a very much a startup-y world, it's kind of like if you're in LA and in the right neighborhood, everyone's talking about like the script they're writing or whatever. And then if you're in like Soma in San Francisco, everyone's going to be like a bunch of 23-year-olds that make 90,000 plus a year and then talk about like how hard it is to live off that for some weird, I don't understand what, but anyways, and then they'll all be making some startup and they'll all be talking about, I don't know what they're talking about, but, they'll have a shirt. It'll be blue. They'll have like white text with the name of their company in a sans serif font, and then, and then they walk around in like groups of 5, and it's usually like a bigger kid, and then like the one friend that's like trying to be like the cool one, if they were the Burger King Kids Club, it'd be like the one friend trying to be the kid with the goggles. So it's gonna be like that, and then usually like like some type of like timid girl with them, and then like two other dudes that are just kind of like, you know, walking in the back, and they're like, that's the group that always walks around. They actually nailed it in an episode of Silicon Valley where one of the dudes that worked for Hooli or whatever the company was is looking out his office window, and he's like, they always walk around in these groups, and he describes the group, and he's like, if a couple of them branch off, a couple from a new group come in. And it was so funny because it's just like that. It was kind of hilarious because if you go around Soma in San Francisco, like that's what the crowd looks like. It's the same way you can joke like when it's an arty neighborhood, you'll start seeing like the fixie bikes show up, and then everyone, you know, it's just like there's a look, and it's just funny that the tech world has a very particular look now. I'm really excited for when these worlds if these worlds can merge, the art and tech world can merge a little more effectively. I was going to be really curious what that's going to spawn. Besides a really expensive city I won't be able to afford to live in, but I'm rambling. Jesus, what am I even talking about? What's going on out there?
A really, really weird bug just suddenly appeared right next to me. Oh my god!
Happy Halloween. Oh, what does it look like?
Okay, I don't know where it's gone.
What does it look like?
Like a cross between a crane fly and like...
The hell is a crane fly?
A daddy long legs. Do you know what they're called?
Oh yeah. All right.
And like... Oh god, there it is. Oh god. It's under my easel. And it's like wiggling its arms at me. No!
Pick it up and hold it to the camera. It's not going to bite you. Just pick it up. I have a friend who calls Daddy Longlegs Dandy Longlegs, which I always pictured a daddy long leg wearing an ascot. Just a side note.
Okay, that's fine.
Is it around still?
No, I just threw it out.
Oh my god, I wanted to see it.
It was like bright red.
What? So it was bright green?
Shut up. It was bright red, and it looked like a cross between a daddy long legs and one of them little things that has like little pincers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, like an earwig?
No.
Like a silverfish?
No, those little things that stand on their hind legs and they have little pincers for hands. They kind of like wiggle
away.
Oh,
a praying mantis?
Yeah. It was like a flying praying mantis that was red.
What if it was like one of those mosquito eater things?
It was terrifying. Now I'm concerned about what else might be in this room. Dude, the amount of spiders that are on our front door right now is concerning.
Why? Wait, no, but I mean, why are there spiders on your front door?
Because we have a light that doesn't turn off in front of our door, and all the like bugs fly to there, so the spiders are like, oh my god, that looks like a buffet.
That sounds crazy.
It's horrifying.
That does sound a little horrifying.
It's perfect for Halloween, although I don't think the kids will come anywhere near the door.
Yeah. Spiders. That's a Halloween story. My Halloween story was gentrification, which is far less entertaining.
Look, my brain shut down halfway through whatever you were saying.
Oh, it wasn't a very long sentence.
And then I wasn't.
I wasn't even listening halfway through.
I mean, I was hoping that someone in chat would be like, oh, that's the thing that I know about. Here's some more information. No one cared.
Oh,
they're all talking about themselves.
We're all lone soldiers out here.
I think there's a lot of artwork to show.
Oh, okay. I can switch over. I just want to clarify, though, when it does come to the gentrification in the Bay Area thing and the tech world versus this or that or something, I think people tend to try to simplify the issue a little too much. And I think very much of it's just situational and real estate. San Francisco's only so large. It's just a shame that it's just going to be a bummer. I could see it. It's eventually probably going to end up pushing me out of the city, but oh well. San Francisco, if they're not careful, could end up being really boring. It's already kind of getting there.
Look at pictures of wolves.
This is a pretty amazing drawing right here by Slam9. Let me share this.
I've just found a picture of a wolf holding a watermelon.
Oh, that's too cute. Look at this Slam9 drawing, speaking of cute.
Vlad is a vampire, but he only drinks donated blood. Oh. Why is he sitting on the stick the correct way up?
Well, you could just turn it upside down. Well, it's easier to drink it that way, so he doesn't pour it all over his face.
Yeah,
and then if he had to hold it above his head while he's upside down, that's insane, you know.
Look at his little chubby cheeks.
I know, he's adorable. I love it. He's got the AB plus blood right there. He's probably saving like the O blood for a special occasion.
It's well cute.
Yeah, that's super adorable. Let's see what else we got here.
I'm going to leave it on your face so that you can show the artwork whilst I look for reference images of wolves.
Folly Miser spookified a post last night. It's awesome. Just taking this stuff. Everyone's way more creative than me. They got all these fun things. Look at that. Kicking the head.
Yeah, I saw that on Instagram or something last night. It's really cute.
Mm. I love it. I love the
I really
birds
like
also
the
just
big
like,
hair.
oh, this, bam. There's like such a confidence in the kick. It's not even an accident. It's just like that goes in here.
That's what my cat does to me.
Does your cat knock things off the tables?
Oh yeah, whilst looking at me. He just like stares at me and just slowly shoves it off the table.
Have you seen that game where it's a first person like kind of shooter, but all it is you're a cat and you just get points by shoving things off tables?
Yeah.
That game's pretty amazing.
Catastrophic or something it's called. I think.
Yeah. That's a good one. Let's see what we got here. Inspired by drawing on the right side of the brain when it goes into the brain hemisphere. Separation surgery stopped. All right. This is Nightmare Fuel by Maestro Chi.
You seemed to reel off a ton of gibberish and then jumped into the image.
This was based. This is called. This is a piece of Nightmare Fuel, and it's based off of from the book Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain.
Right. Okay.
That is some Nightmare Fuel. I didn't even notice the text on the bottom that says "Kill me." Jesus.
That's
This one's intense.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that's intense.
It's intense. I like it. It's dark.
Just like staring at it, trying to decipher it.
All right. Let me refresh this. This one has a lot of things, and I'm not sure what is podcast people. Because the thing is lots of times in the thread we show just the podcast people because usually like we kind of have their permission to show it when they're in the chat. But if they're not in the chat, it gets tricky because you don't want to show someone's art if they don't give you permission to show it in the podcast.
Well, people in the chat that we've got at the moment are Maestro Chi, Schmoonify, Slam, Same Dog, Drocart, Foxtrot Oscar, Drawing by Anon, Same Dog,
Okay,
Slam
if
Justin
there's
Machine.
anybody I'm missing in the chat, let me know and let me know where it is. Because remember, we can't post links in the chat. So if you post in the Artist Lounge or if you're drawing the same person I am and you post it in there, just give me a heads up and then I can share it.
I feel like there was something that we missed.
I think there was more, and I know I missed something, so someone's just going to have to let me know where it is, sir.
Maestro Chi did something to do with the X-Files.
Oh, Is it in the r slash? Maybe I didn't refresh my browser. Hold on.
Just posted Nightmare Fuel for Sketch Daily in the iSlash run. Oh, is that what you just showed?
Oh yeah. That was the one I just showed in there. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that is it. Okay. If we missed anything, let us know.
They were talking about the X-Files. I still need to watch that. Now it's on Netflix too. It's probably a good binge watching show.
So, I don't know. I kind of just watched it when it was like watching something for a laugh kind of thing. I never actually like seriously thought, oh, I'm going to sit down and watch the X-Files. It was more
Really?
like it happens.
Is it that kind of show?
For me, yeah. Like.
Oh, Tim's going to be upset.
I know. I don't know. I just never really got into it that much.
Mm-hmm.
I was into like Star Trek, I guess.
I didn't watch that either. I've just been watching The Simpsons a lot. Hence probably the Duffman costume. Except I wasn't looking for a Duffman costume. The Duffman costume just happened. It was there. I went on Amazon because I was running out of ideas. And I was like, I don't know what to do. And I just searched Halloween costume. And then that costume was there. And I was like, I can do this. It was on sale. It holds beer. I don't really know what else I need for a Halloween party. Friends like, Mike, can you make like a good kind of a good little mix for people to dance to, like a good dancey mix? And then I probably screamed like a girl. And then, yeah. I was like, crap, I need a costume. I can't go to a Halloween party without a costume. But I really wanted to make the mixtape.
I've never gone to a Halloween party.
Why not?
I've never been invited.
Wait a minute. Have I gone to a Halloween party before? I went to one. There was an art studio out here called the Vulcan that had a really good Halloween party one year. That was a long time ago. I guess I haven't gone to Halloween parties very much either. Well, this is exciting. You should go to a Halloween party. Or just watch a good scary movie and chill. That's a good way to do Halloween.
What scary movie should I watch? I haven't seen any.
What? I don't know. What kind of scary? What's your preference for scary?
I like psychological horror.
Okay.
Where it's making you kind of, I don't really like seeing the monster, because as soon as I see the monster, it's not scary anymore.
Okay. Well, you don't need to do like that whole Blair Witch Project thing. Not seeing the monster scary. I don't know. I really, as far as like just like awesome kind of, I mean, I like the classic stuff, you know. I like The Shining. I like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I like all that. I don't know the good ones that like really mess with your head. You know, they always kind of tend to cross genre into other genres, and then they get into, you know, they're like, oh, it messes with your head. You're like, yeah, but this is also just kind of like one of the torture porn ones, and I'm not really into that kind of thing. Like, I'm not into like the torture, your Saws and Hostels and all that.
Sane Dog says, John Carpenter's The Thing. Everyone needs to see The Thing.
Oh. That's right. And then, what else is there? There's, why can't I think of any scary movies? I've watched scary movies.
Do you want to talk about something completely unrelated?
Why, do you have something on top of your head that's completely unrelated?
Yeah, so over the weekend, back to actual art, like we should be talking about.
No, art's so boring. No.
Over the weekend, I was approached for a commission, and I'm not going to say who it was or what it was about, but it meant that I originally said yes to the commission when I was approached, and they kind of like, they asked me, can you do this, da da da, and they handed me some documentation, and upon reading the documentation, reading the documentation, I was immediately like, okay, something's up right now, something's not right. And I was wondering, like, I wanted to do a thing to say, always read documentation. If you're given it, read it.
Read it
But
close.
also, I was wondering if you had any tips for things to look out for to make you go, actually, you should say no right now.
I knew in this particular instance you should say no because I was familiar with who was reaching out with you from my own life, and I was like, you don't want to be involved with that. I mean, yeah, that was. I don't know. I mean, if it was me, I would just say it, but I don't really care. But I don't want you to have to deal with the.
It's more that when I refused it the next day, they were very, very nice about it. So I don't want to call them out and say that I was concerned. It was the fact that they were so professional about it means that I also want to be just as professional.
Yeah, that's how they work. I have a history with that organization. It was very much a part of my life, but not directly, but indirectly a part of my life. Yeah, that's. I think it's all about like how they want to use the art, and in this case, this one was a little tricky because just on paper, it seemed like it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But me kind of knowing people that have dealt with this organization before, I think the more important thing is even beyond the contract, if it's a company or like you want to research their background before you put your pen to paper on anything to see who they are, or what the organization does or what it's up to or what their intentions might actually be or how it might be used. I remember I had to donate a car once, and so I know some places you can donate it for free, and then you just write it off. It's always that like thing you think it's this tax write-off and you'll make money, but really you won't. But you just write off the car and donate it because it's the right thing to do. And so I donated my car that broke down, and I donated some organization. I'm like, oh, that seems fine, this and that. And then like after I donated it, because you're on the spot, you only have like a day to figure it out. And I looked up the organization more, and a bunch of people were just like, this is totally a cult. What is this? And like, I was like, did I just donate my car to a cult? Like, I don't even remember what they were called. They were, and this is a note that's not related to your situation in this, but this was just that thing. Like, I didn't know, but at the same time, I mean, whatever. In the end, like that's that. They didn't like nothing happened. Like nobody was like harassing me later about things or trying to get me involved with stuff I didn't care about. I think in your case, you personally would have been fine. Like nothing would have come back to you, but there was definitely an outside chance where your art would have been used in a way that was not something you may have been comfortable with, or you might have found it down the road. Or when I first saw it, what concerned me is what information are they going to want from you? Because then they could start. It didn't feel genuine that they were even there at the event, you know?
Yeah, it was odd. The organization that approached me was a representative of someone from America, and it was odd that they were coming up to us. And what I thought was, there are enough conventions in America already. Why aren't you approaching the artists at those? Why have you flown out this far? And it wasn't like it was a UK representative of said company or organization.
Yeah.
They had an American accent. They said that they'd flown out, and it could just be pure like they want to get people from all over the world. But it did seem odd to me.
They do. And it was the thing is, yeah, that's what bothered. That's actually what kind of offended me about it. Is it was like, what are you doing here? Like this isn't for your cause or ideas. This is something else. This is for the artists that work hard to be there, and this is thing like what are you trying to do? And that really, I mean, that was like a big red flag, but it was also the thing where I was kind of like offended by it because it was very. I have a lot of history in that kind of like in that aspect of that organization, and I was just like, I don't. Like it just felt like another example of just like a really kind of invasive way to do things. It just wasn't appropriate. It just felt to me, it just seemed like straight up rude, like that they were involved in that way. It had nothing to, the whole event does not have to do with them. And here they were trying to get you involved in a thing that was everything about their cause and what they do or believe in. And it just felt completely inappropriate.
I think, to be more specific for people, the thing that tipped me off that maybe something was odd, and it was the reason why I asked you for advice, was that I looked at the documentation and it said, I can't remember the exact wording, but it essentially said at the beginning you will keep all copyrights. At the end it said organization will gain all distribution rights, and you will have no claim over how any of the artwork is used. So by signing that document, it meant they could do whatever they wanted with it. And if I was upset with how it perhaps associated me with something I didn't expect to be associated with, there was actually nothing I could do about it. It explicitly said that. And that was what concerned me, which is what made me approach you. And I think I then put a post out to all the other comic artists in the village, and several people had also been approached by this person. And I basically said, I'm not going to tell you whether you should or shouldn't go for this commission, because there are perfectly reasonable reasons to either go for it or to not go for it. But I did say, read that documentation carefully. Make sure you're happy that if anything was used in any possible way, you'd be happy with it. And also make sure that you're charging relative to the rights that you're giving. Because although you're not giving copyright rights, which is usually what you then pay for, you charge for, you are giving distribution rights and other things. Like the amount of power that documentation gave them over our work was actually quite misleading, I thought, at first. Especially since it was approached to me as a sort of like essentially a research project, and that I was supposed to react off of gut reaction, don't do any research about it to find out stuff because we need your raw intuition on this subject. But then when I looked into it, they could use it for anything. So imagine if I perhaps my gut reaction on said subject would have been negative, and I did a negative image just because it's a anonymous research project, but then in reality it gets used to slam the UK's perspective of said topic. It was too dangerous. And I actually spoke to the guy himself and said all of this, and I said, based off of what you've got, and I don't know anything about your organization, it concerns me the amount of power that you'd get, and the fact that I would have no way of stopping you using something in a way that I wouldn't want it. And he was like, oh, I guess copyright must be different here. And I was like, I think this might be an issue that you'll come across a lot. He was like, okay, I'll look into it. But yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, they would use it in that way. Just when I saw it,
the reason why I brought this up, even though it's something that we can't talk about very specifically, was because I wanted to talk about the fact that you might be approached by someone that perhaps you shouldn't do the commission for. And sometimes it's hard to say no to something. And I think it's important that people spot things that tell them maybe you should walk away from this. And I think, honestly, it was gut reaction for me. And it's been like that for most of my commissions. If I get a gut reaction that this is a bad idea, I'll say no. I was also approached over the weekend by someone who has previously approached me, and we did like a tester project, and it didn't go well. I said basically that essentially what we agreed to at the beginning wasn't what they wanted. And partway through the testing time, they then said, actually, I'd like it at a cheaper price. I'd like you to do more things on it, and I'd like it in a different style. And I was like, this isn't going to work. If that's the amount of issues that you have, you need another artist, because clearly I'm not creating what you need. And then I got a message, well, 2 messages over the weekend whilst at the show that said, hi, I think we can make this work. Please contact me. And I'm just like, I'm going to say no to you. No matter what the changes are, it's going to be a no, because I know for a fact that what I'm going to create is not what that person wants. And it's kind of like the flip side of this other commission. It's like, I don't know what they want. I don't know how they're going to use my work. This one is more that I know exactly what they want, and I know I can't provide that.
Yeah.
I think that's something important for us to think about, especially if they're moving into a more commercial setting.
Mm-hmm.
You have to know, and especially younger artists who perhaps want to say yes to everything because it's the first time they're getting paid for a piece of artwork. It is just as important to say no as it is to say yes. Mm-hmm. Like sometimes the money is simply not worth it. If you sit there and you figure out how much you're going to make for the amount of time and effort and changes and whatever that they're going to ask for, you will realize actually it's not worth it.
Yeah. It takes a second. You have to like really think it out and like piece it together. Well, that's the hardest thing too, is to know what, because there's always like a subtext, you know what I mean? There's always like in those kind of things, there's always like, especially if you're dealing with organizations, this or that, you have to ask yourself, what do they really want from me? Like, I know my place in the art world, but they don't know my place in the art world. So what were they looking for before they talked to me and got my input, you know?
Mm-hmm. I've made it kind of a point to, every time I get asked by someone who's not just a random public member, I'll ask them, why did you choose me? And then depending on that answer, that will probably base my decision. Mm-hmm. So if someone says to me, I chose you because your price point seemed right, I know it's a bad idea, because they're only going with me because they think I'm cheap. If someone says, I have had in the past, honestly, I only pitch you at random, my daughter liked your stall, so we walked over to it and I chose your stall. And I was like, okay, fair enough. At least you're honest.
Yeah, at least they laid it all out there.
Yeah, but if you can find out, maybe in the subtext of what they're saying, reading between the lines, why someone chose you in particular, you might find out whether you want to do the commission or not.
Well, you know what a big part of it is also, I think, usually raise an immediate red flag to me in my experience in art is this like a mass thing? Like when I get a commission through Reddit and it looks like they sent it to like 65, like they could send it to anyone. There's nothing about it specifically about me, my art, or what I do. I'm already like, well, all right, they're price shopping. And so they don't care about what I do. And more than likely, my prices tend to be a little more expensive than a lot of people out there because I spend a lot of time on my art, and then usually I'm dealing with shipping and everything. So I know already that like a lot of it is most likely going to be a waste of time. And what's even funnier is working with Yoni, who gets commission offers through Reddit and, you know, it does RGD. We'll go and, you know, he'll come into work the next day. He'll be like, I got a weird commission offer. And they'll be like, yeah, me too. And like, we'll have like the same one, you know, and then it's just funny because I don't think they realize that like we'll know each other outside of Reddit, you know?
Yeah, that was the thing, because like with this commission, I then put a post out and people were tagging the artist that had been asked to do it. So we were all together discussing the documentation that we'd been given and what the project was. And I don't think people realize that actually in these kind of like how small the world is in local artists, we do tend to at least know one artist, and that artist will know another artist. So we do talk usually in commercial art world.
Yeah, it's a small world. The fine art world's small like that too. Everybody knows each other. I remember when I first got a job at a gallery, as an administrator, and the director at the time was telling me like, oh, the art worlds are real small. You're going to just keep running into the same people over and over. And I was like, was the more of the commercial gallery world, which was not a background I was expecting to be involved with, because it's not really my goal. But the thing is I run into the same names and people like all the time, just all the time. It's crazy. Like you'll be working there, and then suddenly someone will be there like, oh, they work here now, and you're like, I work with that guy. Like he works here now, you know. It's just it's over and over. It's like it's better to not try to burn too many bridges, because more than likely you're going to just run into these same people again.
Yeah, I'm
it's not that large of a world.
No matter what your relations with someone is, no matter how badly a project goes, always make sure that it ends with a smile.
Yeah.
Because you will see them again, and it will be something important.
I inevitably, I think I inevitably end up burning bridges here or there, but because I know I've talked trash about the art world on the podcast before.
I mean, you're never getting a job with Tracy Emin.
That's true. I'll never be able to work for Tracy. I pretty much, the YBAs are pretty much out of the picture for me at this point. Which is fine, because they still haven't apologized to the art world for what they did. But
damn.
I can only say that because, like, what do they care? They're fine. They're fine. They did their thing. They did their art, and it worked, and it's all good. And I'm just like this dude. But yeah, I'm not getting a job with Tracy Evan anytime soon, which is a relief. Anyways, I don't care. That part of the art world is so far away from me. Like if I end up in the part of the art world where me saying that affects things, I'll be really shocked. If we come on a podcast and I'm just like, you won't believe who I ran into at work today, and it was awkward. Like, oh, apparently they're one of the 16 people watching right now.
I might just show my artwork, because people are struggling to see it.
Oh yeah, I want to see it.
Finish the pencils, I think.
Kind of keeping mine pretty simple with the ink, so it's moving pretty fast.
So this is the finished pencils. Hopefully you guys can see it. There we go.
Do you have a reference, or are you just working out of your brains?
I have my phone next to me, and I'm looking at pictures of wolves.
I don't know how you.
But the rest of it's from my head.
How do you do that? That's like what Yoni will do. He'll just be like doing RGDs from his phone at the studio, and I'm like, how do you?
Yeah, I do
That's
RGDs
crazy.
on my phone when I'm like traveling.
I don't know how you guys make that work. I'm such a reference diva.
Yeah.
I remember I was in school and I was hearing about an artist. He only would work from like live references. So if he wanted a painting, there'd be like a car crash in it. He'd like get cars and mangle them up in his studio, like that kind of thing. I think I'd end up totally being, I think I'd end up being that diva. I'd be like, I can't work. I'm not working. Like if I had that level of success, it's just like, I don't work from photographs. Like I would be that guy. Hopefully I wouldn't be like a dick about it though.
I can imagine you being that guy.
I know. I would. It's like the hipster in me. It's like, be all pretentious about it.
Justin Cheetah says, working on a phone is easy. It's reference in your hand.
Says you. But not says me.
Well, that's what I do at conventions, because I do these things called special sketches, which is where people are allowed to change what I draw. So normally I just draw them as they are.
Yeah.
And a special sketch is where they say, oh, I want a Pokemon in the image or something like that. Actually, I've got one right there. Wait, I'll go grab it.
Yeah, I want to see an example of this. I don't know how you do these things. I have no idea. Just working from a reference like that. It's going all right, I guess. I think this will be kind of fun. Now I see why people be creative. It's kind of relaxing to be creative. Maybe I'll be sold on this whole creative thing. Probably not, but I wouldn't rule it out. You kind of, when you're creative, you can make your own rules. That's exciting. That's new.
Okay, so this one was drawn over the weekend. This was drawn on Friday. There we go.
Oh.
So this is what I draw. So
you reference that from your phone?
Yeah, so this is the guy who was sat in front of me. And then this is a Drifloon, which is a Pokemon. So I drew that next to him, which is what he asked for. So there's special sketches where they upgrade it to having something else in it. So I'll look up the reference on my phone. But what I thought was interesting was I drew the same person last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's quite interesting to see. Sorry, I'm trying to get the angle right. To see how I've like improved and stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say you really like just from 1 year.
Yeah, and
how much more controlled your lines are.
Like even if we look at the face is a lot more accurate to the person in this, whereas it's very much more manga in that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's from doing the RGDs all year. And then I've got much smoother lines in there. If I zoom in on this one. So that's the previous one. And then that's the new one with the line weight there. And I was thinking about this over the weekend, about how I've been really like studying a lot. And I was approached by some artists that I really like, that are like good friends, and also I super admire their work. And they told me that they'd been watching my artwork and seeing that it improving so fast over recent times, like over the past few months. And we got to talking about how all of us draw a lot all the time. Like even when we're standing there chatting to someone at the show, we've got a sketchbook by our side drawing. Yeah, exactly. But a lot of us recently have been trying to actually like study properly. And we found that we've kind of, by focusing on the issues that we're having, so focusing on, perhaps for me a little while back, it was I need to work on perspective. And that meant that I could get the perspective on the banner correct when I finally came around to it. It's kind of like we were doing the practice ready for game day, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting because you can draw all the time. And I think if you're a beginner, you should just focus on that. Just draw all the time and have fun with it. But once you're kind of like at intermediate level and you have a goal that you want to head towards, I've certainly seen a massive improvement once I've gone, this is what I need to improve on, and then focusing on it.
I'm letting it digest. I'm trying to think of. So you think when there's the specific goal, that's going to facilitate the improvement faster?
Yeah. So for example, if I go, I need to study values, for example.
Yeah.
And then I spend about 2 weeks only focusing on values and then incorporating it into just like doing the actual straight up studies of it, and also trying to create pieces and using the knowledge that I'm learning in the week, sort of like homework, essentially.
Yeah.
I found that that's improved my work significantly faster than me just drawing whatever I feel like drawing in my head. If that makes sense.
No, I could see that. I mean, well, and then you're going to be studying references a lot more when you study harder at that level, you know? And I don't know, I'm always going to be kind of the reference guy, you know, but like I kind of came up from that world for a reason, I think, and I'm kind of so adamant about it, is I just never trust my imagination, which is weird, but I feel like memory. James Elkins actually has a book called which one was it? It wasn't The Object Stares Back. I thought it was a different book. Maybe it was The Object Stares Back, but he talks a lot about the idea of perception and how it's affected by the environment in a very physical way. And let me see here. I don't like the lines I just drew. Whoops. That's all right.
Oh, by the way, right. People
Huh? The what now?
people are pointing out the writing on your table, by the way.
Which writing? Oh, that writing by the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was ex-stripper's contribution when she was a guest on the show. Well, she obviously contributed, all her experiences and dialogue and art, and then also that drawing because she likes messing with me. Let me see here. Pictures of the body. Why art cannot be taught.
Justin's cheater says, are you certain that his head didn't get smaller and thinner and eyes smaller? Maybe he had major plastic surgery in the past year. The anatomy is slightly off, but I only have an hour to complete it. Like, it's an hour slot, and I have to complete it within that, hopefully getting a 5-10 minute break at the end before the next person is shoved into the seat in front of me. Literally, like, I'm sat there drawing, and as soon as I finish it, they stand up, another person sits down, I start drawing them, because they're all in, like, commission slots. My helpers at the show will book everyone in, they pay a deposit and stuff, and they'll just go, this is your next commission. They want a black and white, or they want a color, they want 2 people, they want a special, whatever. And then I just, like, carry on drawing. And then wonder why when I get home, my back is killing me.
Yeah, that's so rigorous. I don't know how you get through that.
My mom was worried about me on Sunday because I didn't actually get a break. I have breaks, like, put into the day for me, but you can tell when I haven't had a break because my hand starts shaking. So I think the penultimate sketch that I had on Sunday, my hand was shaking throughout it, so I had to, like, really focus to get the lines straight and to not faint because I'd only had half a bottle of water to drink all day.
To not look like a Peanuts drawing, like a late Charles Schultz drawing.
But the last commission that I had of the day was actually, like, a complete blessing because it was like a leggy lady with long hair relaxing with a fluffy animal in black and white sketch, and I was like, this is literally every comfort zone that I have. So I was just sat there and I could relax into that one. I ended up with a nice relaxing end of the day. But on the Saturday, I got a massage after the show because I was in so much pain, and they were just gently stroking on me. And what they did was they would put one hand on my back and one hand on my arm so they could show me how much pressure they were putting on me when they were pressing on my arm. And they were barely touching me, and I was just laying there swearing because I was in so much agony.
Oh my God. Yeah,
it was not fun. The show itself was amazing, but it's because I'm kind of, like, high on adrenaline, and I'm paying so much attention to, like, what the person's saying to me, and I'm relaxing hearing all of their stories. But then once the show ends and I stand up and I realize, like, it's a lot of sitting facing forwards and then looking over to see them and then looking back and then looking back over to see them. And so I'm doing damage to, like, the one side of my neck. Oh my God. But I feel fine today, which is actually better than previous conventions. Previous conventions I've been out for a week where I haven't been able to work afterwards. So we must have done something better this time. We increased the prices and we decreased the amount of slots that I had. And I actually opened up a slot so that people could actually just come over and chat with me because I've never had that before. So yeah, that worked pretty well, especially since I ended up with a convention table guard, a little GCSE student, and if you're watching, you're a legend. A GCSE student wanting to ask me some advice about some artwork and stuff. And they realized that I didn't have any commission slots at that point, so I could just chill and chat.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of adopted my table. They just came over and sat down, and then they were like trying out all my stuff and reading my book and just relaxing. They gave me Oreos, so you're welcome back anytime. And I then had to go to the bathroom. They'd been there for about maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes at this point. And I was like, oh, I just need to run off and I'll be back in a second. And they were like, okay, I'll guard your table for me. So I ran off and came back and they were still there. And I was like, oh.
Nice. Hero squad.
Yeah. I actually, if anyone's watching from MCM London, I met so many people. Like sometimes when I'm drawing people, it kind of turns into a blur. And I won't remember that much of what's happened over the weekend. I'll have to like look at my pictures to remember it all. But just sitting here, I can remember pretty much every single face of the people that I drew, because everyone had such like interesting stories to tell. So I just want to say, if anyone's watching, thank you for coming to the stall and saying hi and getting your drawings. And even the people who had literally bought everything I already own, like that I've already made, so couldn't buy anything, that came over to hang out and give me hugs and stuff. You guys are awesome. So thank you.
That's a good fan base right there.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're small but loyal, I'd say. But yeah.
Don't the fans make it all possible, eh? Right?
I do actually love them to bits. Like a convention will cheer me up for like half a year.
Yeah,
I just go to one and I'm just like, yes.
You always come back from the conventions in pretty good spirits. They're good for those kind of things.
Energized.
Energized.
I think Foxtrot Oscar has a piece.
All right, cool. I'm going to switch over.
Also, Jet Dog says anatomy is for chumps.
To each his own.
And Animaniac has also posted some artwork.
All right, let's see what we got.
Also, Foxtrot Oscar is playing Metal Gear Online. I hope that's going well.
Heavens.
I didn't know there was an online.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Which Metal Gear? I only remember
It
playing
must
like
be 5, right? The one.
I'm trying to remember where.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, I'm allergic to Metal Gears. Oh, I'm just kidding. Sad thing is I have a Metal Gear for. I think I have it on the PlayStation, and I never play it. I have a PS3, and I never use it.
Really?
Pretty much, I bought a PS3, and I think in the end, what I learned is I bought it just to play the EA Skate games, and then I never used it for any other game.
That's so lame.
No, those games are so good. I never played another game on a console that was as for my life as those games were. Then I have a PC, it's like, I mean, come on now. Like, any game I want to play is going to be on there, except those skate games. There's actually a group of a couple dudes trying to make their own. I think it's called like Project Session, and they're trying to pretty much like what that game kind of started. They have like their own Kickstarter and GoFundMe, and they want to make like an ultimate skate game kind of following that influence, I really hope it works. Or no, it's they're on a Patreon. I thought about actually supporting it. I don't know. I think they're pretty dedicated. I don't know if they'll pull it off, but I thought about maybe jumping on the Patreon for that, just because I've read about like a lot of it is what it for like someone who's like an actual skater, like a skate game that you would like is something that's more kind of realistic, that's harder to learn, that's not as arcadey, more like kind of simulation. And they are very much about that, and they're very much about the style of it. And they're going to get rid of like lines, the stupid lines that are in the Tony Hawk games. There's none of that crap. Oh, it's going to be. Oh God, I hope they pull it off.
I really like your picture this week. It is so good.
Oh, thank you. I'm using imagination.
Yeah,
Well, not really.
Like
I'm using a reference. Very little imagination, actually. A lot of it's from reference. But it's imaginative, right?
It
Halloween.
is. I mean, I can't see the original reference, but I will take your word for it.
Well, I can show the
I'll take
reference.
your
I'll show
word
the
for it,
reference
but
at the end.
the original reference does not look identical to that.
It's yeah, no, it's two. I have the photo of the portrait of her, and then I have the skull photo, and I'm just working from
Right.
those. And I was gonna draw the bottom jaw of the skull, and then I just decided I thought it looked better without it, so I removed it. I didn't like how it looked. Skulls tend to look kind of cooler when they don't have the bottom.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Let's see.
I drew two people this weekend. One was what's that superhero that's like a skull and he's on fire?
Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider. The dad was Ghost Rider and the daughter was Thor. It was so cool, and I drew it on a variant comic cover that I brought over.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
They must have been pretty stoked for that.
Yeah, that was so fun. Whose was
Father
this?
and daughter. This is Animaniacs drawing Apocalypse Vapor. Oh, this is the guy blowing the smoke in RGD.
Oh wow! Look at how like swirly it is. I feel like it's gonna like trip me out and pull me in.
Yeah, I love it. It's just raw and in there. You hang on to that vibe.
Shunify says, "I absolutely love how that one's turning out as well, Mike."
Oh, my thing?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
You're getting some love. You should use your brain more often.
I don't know. It goes down some avenues sometimes, and I'm just not so sure about those avenues. I use my brain, and my brain's all just like, it's got its own agenda.
Your brain's got its own agenda. Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes you say things, and I just think that's such a Mike thing to say. I realize that if I sit so that only the little bit of my mouth is out, like there, it looks like I've got a weird blood moustache.
It looks like you got a... Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it looks like I've got a moustache going on. It's kind of weird.
You got a blood stash.
Blood stash. Oh my god, that has to be like a wrestler. Blood stash. Yeah.
Blood stash.
Yeah.
He
Someone
just
make that.
Mustache bloods people. Yes. All right, here we go. Now I'm sharing another one of Animaniacs pieces. A zombie girl. Here's the drawing, the line work, and then filled in with pencil. Or it's hard for me to tell sometimes on the monitor. It looks like
I
colored
think
pencil.
it is pencil, yeah. Ooh. They went with pink hair. It's very like pop arty. The colours that they've chosen.
Halloween.
Not that
Hopefully-
you can see them.
Hopefully the people that understands when we submit these this Halloween drawings, and everyone's just like, "What? I mean, I
Oh my
always
God.
think,
Hopefully we don't get like told off by it will be mine.
no, we fine. She knows it's all good. Well, the thing
Yeah.
it's funny because well, you think of like or Vane's art is very a lot of like exposed
I love
anatomy and horns and everything. Yeah, Orvane's art's awesome. We got to get Orvane on here. I'll reach out to him. Because we chat a little bit. I haven't heard from him in a while, but yeah, like his art could be like have bones and ribs and skulls, but people are all on board as long as it doesn't look like
Well,
you're trying to.
It's mostly like the tree formations at the moment, isn't it? Like stretching into the body and like the bark.
Yeah.
wrapping around.
Yeah,
I
they'll
love
have that,
so
and then it'll
much.
mix into anatomical stuff happening. And this is Schmoonifies. I'm going to be updating this comment with mine. I made an post on RGD requesting Halloween-inspired pics to draw. I'm doing one of them inspired by Inktober, but digitally because I'm shit with traditional art. Oh, come on, don't be so hard on yourself. I'm shit with digital. But this is a cool piece. I like where this is going.
What was the reference for it?
They didn't put the reference in this link. I'd have to go digging for it. Hold on a second.
It's really funky. I'm wondering what the story is. It looks like a random page from a comic book. Like I feel like I've missed out on half a story.
Oh, this is awesome. My kids from last year, Rocketeer, Cyberman, and a day like the costumes. Yeah, it's this costume. Hold on a sec. I will share it in a moment here.
By the way, Animaniac said, yeah, the makeup is based off was kind of like a pop art zombie. So I decided to just keep the palette because I liked it. Awesome.
That's an amazing costume.
Oh my god, that's so good.
That's so much better than my Ronald Reagan pass out mask.
I just assumed that it had been designed based off of like a written piece or something. I didn't. That's so good.
Yeah, that costume is insanely good. I like the costumes that use like the fake legs for, however.
Yeah, I like that as well.
Oh, that's so creative. Great submission for the photos there.
By the way, the person who you're drawing is in chat and it's like commenting about everyone's artwork.
Oh, sweet. Welcome. Hope they're enjoying. Hope it's been a good experience so far. We have...
I don't want to read out the name just in case they don't want their full name said on.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's okay if we read your name, let us know, but we don't and we don't just immediately read out people's names because we know they like to have some people prefer their anonymity on Reddit, so we want to respect that if need be. I spookified RGD post a while ago, but maybe some feedback. So someone wants some feedback on a piece.
Who's this from?
This is for it's Marzi Lulu, and I don't know if that's the different person that's in the chat under a different name, but that's who the post is on Artist Lounge. And I always get names mixed up, and I'm horrible with names. So
I actually haven't heard that name before. So if you have another account and you're in chat, let us know. But,
yeah. But yeah, so there's their piece here, and it looks like they were working in an acrylic.
Yeah, I was just thinking acrylic as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reference or is it?
They didn't post. They didn't post the reference.
There's no story or anything.
No, it just said I spookified an RGD post a while ago, but maybe some feedback. Well, I would say there's kind of two directions you can go with this. There's the raw look of it. That's raw and loose, and you embrace that, and that is embraced here. But a certain element, I think, that can really take it to the next level is a matter, I think, of materials. Like the bones kind of all share a similar size and their thickness, and I don't think that could be a little bit of from like just how they were observed, but I think some of it could be just from using the same brush for different areas that didn't that you might want to switch up the brush a little bit, like where you have the thickness of the bones of the ribs as compared to the scale of the is the radius and ulna actually in the arms, the tibia and fibula or fibula or whatever in the legs. So the radius and ulna, those are a little bit too close to the whatever the proper name of the arm bone is that I cannot remember. Anyone remember the arm bone?
I should do. Those. I literally just studied it.
Yeah.
I literally just did a like drawing of the skeleton and labeled every bone. And I've immediately forgotten it.
Yeah. And I think it's just a matter, like I can see on the skull there that you were using a smaller brush there. And I think between the scale of the brush you used for those kind of buzz marks on the skull and the brush you use for the ribs, if you have one that's in between those two sizes, just loading that up on some paint and painting some light or dark edges on the tops or bottoms, depending of the ribs and those, and on the radius and ulna and the other arm bone, whatever it's named, that can add quite a bit. Now, that would be taking it more towards that sense of realism, so it really depends on the way you want to approach it. If you were less concerned about that, because there is something to be said about those brush lines, then I would say one thing to look into the material on the brush marks, especially when you're working on the ribs, is I think having a little more opacity with the white, however it be you achieve that using a different white or a liquid acrylic that's looser, and just letting it like just slapping it on real thick, I think could really help in some certain areas and give some kind of volume to the brushwork, even without having to address the like the form and the structure, because the basic way to add that volume would be to start thinking about the light and dark edges and where they meet.
Yeah.
But if you were less concerned about that and going for more of the abstraction, vary up the consistency and the amount of the material. So on this case, it looks relatively wet, but it's still kind of thin in areas. And I think you could really load that brush up heavy, like lay some plastic down, wear some pants you don't care about, and slap that on there thick. Like just let the material just hit the surface and push it around. Like they say that phrase a lot. I remember in school was like push the paint. And those would be the immediate things I would think about there. And again, that's just like a crossroads. It's whichever way you want to take it, because you're right on the edge in between those two areas. Like right now, this is actually a cool image. And if I saw this painting and it was, if imagine this like a huge painting, imagine this 10 feet tall, and that's pretty awesome. And it hits immediately. And so those are things that you can do to either heighten it or not. It's really, again, it's up to you. You could take everything I just said and be like, I don't care about those things. And it's totally fine and valid to do that. It's just, they're just ideas. And the ideas I said could have absolutely no relevance in anything that you're aiming for. So it's all up to you. But those are options if you are interested in them.
They are in chat, by the way. Their name in chat is Marzilulu. They said that they own 3 brushes and that they've used their smallest.
Oh, okay. What's this? What's the size of this piece? Like, how large did you work on this? It's hard to get a sense of scale of it.
I was also interested in finding out. Do you want to head towards realism, or do you want to keep it more loose or cartoony? I put a comment in, but I don't think they've seen it. Because I think that really affects how you would want to change things.
Mm-hmm.
And what movements. I think either way, there's a few things that could be focused on, and that's in what edges do you keep and where. Particularly in the shading and the lighting, I feel like there currently isn't any lighting on this piece. Which is a perfectly valid thing to do, but I feel like you have to go to the extreme if you do that. And I feel like there is some different shades put in there, which makes me think that you wanted to head towards lighting, but didn't end up doing it for whatever reason, whether it was a conscious choice or you didn't have the materials or whatever reason. I think I'm stuck between realistic and cartoony. Okay, we're both picking up on that. I think I would say my advice would be to do a lot of different pieces and push them to the extreme of both of those ends and really see what you learn from doing that. Push something to the absolute cartoony style that you perhaps admire or would want to achieve. And then do another piece as truly realistic as you possibly can. Look at the two of them and see what do you really like about one, what do you really not like about another. Like, for example, I tried to do some super realistic work, and I also did some incredibly Japanese manga work, and I found that I didn't like the simplicity of the absolute manga, but I didn't like the constraints of the realistic. And so I've been heading towards creating something that is more me, but I picked the pieces out of those two styles that I liked. Back to the lighting thing, if you're going to do very loose edges, so if we look down at the rib cage, and everything that I say, I don't know much about painting at all. Everything that I'm saying is more like conceptual, and then you'll have to figure out how to do it. If we look down at the rib cage itself, it's very loose. It's as if you've just kind of like flicked the brush loosely at it and the rib cage appeared. If we look up at the first bones connected to the shoulder of the arms, it's a lot more, you've chosen carefully about where the lines have gone in that. And I think that creates a disjointedness. And I think that also links up with the way the face has been done. The face is not loose. I think it's not realistically accurate, but it is not loose. You don't have that energy in the face that you do have in the rib cage. By the way, Mike, Mars Zilulu says, I posted the original photo in reply to my comment on RGD, if you want to have a look at it.
Oh, okay, cool.
And then in a similar vein, the shading and colouring that's used, particularly on, if we look on the left side, the piece is 11 by 11 inches, by the way. If we look on the left-hand side of the image, we can see that the bones connecting there were kind of, the forms of them were beginning to be painted in. We can see that there are spherical objects to make up the two sides of the bones that are connecting. We can see that it's a cylindrical object that makes up the main chunk of the bone. But then if we look on the opposite side, essentially the mirror image of the piece, none of that is shown. And it's not that one is good and one is bad, it's just that there needs to be a level of consistency for things to feel complete. So if you find that you ever feel like something never feels quite finished, it's probably a lack of consistency and you're not sticking to the one rendering that you're going to do across the board. And then I think the only other thing I would pick out is perhaps finishing, like you've got like this red mohawk hair and you've left some of the white in, and I think it would just feel more polished to finish those strands of hair rather than leaving the white behind it, just because it would then match up with how, like, I don't know how to describe it, like flatly colored, like filled in and strong the bones are, and it would match up. So that's just within the context of this piece. But I do think about where you want to head, and don't just think, oh, I have to get it perfect on a one piece. You don't have to. There's no reason to have to do that. Just to mess around, play, have fun, and find out what different things you like. And then, essentially, like what I was saying earlier, practice so that you make something good on game day. When you make that final piece, you'll know where you're starting from and what you're doing. And you'll know where to head to. So for me, if you handed this to me and asked me to paint over the top of it, one thing that I would pick out in particular would be to get the measurements of the face absolutely accurate. So making sure that it's like a straight line and that the two sides of the eye sockets match up. There's kind of like a tiltedness. And I think it's probably, I'm assuming that the reference was perhaps looking at a 45-degree angle, but you have ended up with an almost warped, pulled up one side. And I think that might be to try and exaggerate the eyebrow movements, but getting that perfect, because it is a skull, getting that perfect, but then the actual painted lines themselves doing the same brushy messiness that you've got in the rib cage, that would kind of pull those two areas together. But that's what I'd do. Do you have the reference image for us to look at?
Let's look at reference. And I wanted to mention quickly, because as we were talking about, I was thinking of some things here. One, you said it was 11 by 11. When you're practicing, if you practice down the road of looking anatomically and representational and pushing that and seeing how that goes, you can work small. But I would suggest, when it comes to working a little more abstract and loose, go larger. I don't know. Yeah, for all I know, you could be like in an apartment in New York City, so obviously space could be limited. But if you have any access to a little space, a backyard or a driveway or a parking lot late at night or anything, you can lay down some plastic. Just, pick up some boards at a hardware store, and I'd say at least try to work, within more like the 3 and 4 foot range. Just
yeah,
up in that scale, and just get like a can of cheap black paint and a can of cheap white paint from the hardware store and some cheap brushes, and try just working super loose with those materials, because you can use a lot of that, and it's inexpensive and doesn't run out. And don't make those paintings with the intention, unless you really like them, how they turn out, but don't make those with the intention of keeping them, but just real cheap, larger materials that you can practice getting loose with the materials, and then you can try scaling that down on a small scale. It's just hard to get some of those expressive marks when you're working in a very contained space. And then one thing I wanted to mention is I was thinking about the abstract stuff with this and whose art it reminded me of, and I mentioned it in the chat, but I was thinking a lot of Billy Childish, and primarily, I mean, because also there's the punk elements of it. And the thing that really strikes me about this in thinking of Billy Childish is it's has a certain abstract quality that is a lot like his art. And the way he works, he helped founded the Stuckist School of Art, I don't remember when, in the UK. And then he had left that school. Actually, and then I think at the time he was actually dating Tracy Emin, and she had a piece that was a tent, and inside the tent she had sewn in the names of everyone she's ever slept with, and the biggest name in the back of it was Billy Childish. So there's an interesting fun fact. But yeah, so the thing is he works very fast and loose, and he's the kind of guy, like, there's kind of a couple approaches you can take to some art. You can spend 60 hours making one great piece, or you can spend 60 hours making 60 quick pieces and then just choose the ones that worked, you know. And he's much more the work faster. And so when you look at his art, a lot of it will be like, when I, like, at least for me, when I look at his art, a lot of it I'll be like and then one painting will be like, whoa, like it'll hit. And that's kind of how he works. And the important note of that is he's also made a lot of awesome music. So while you're looking at his art, you should listen to his punk music because it's awesome. And I'm putting a link right now to a 3-part documentary that's on YouTube of him under your art, so you can check that out. And I would really suggest, like, just checking out his art and music because it's really rad. And I feel like looking at your art, that's really someone that that is going to really connect. And the documentary is interesting because he's older in it, and he talks about, he has that kind of, like, I love it when artists kind of their name gets out there when they're young, and then as they're older, they kind of have that wisdom where they can look back and, like, they have the parts of themselves that, you know, that they stick behind, but then the parts of themselves where they can feel just like, oh yeah, like my ego was getting to me then, you know. So I would definitely watch that. And let me see, you said that the references is here now?
Yeah, in the reply comment. I also, you just said, not you, Marzaluli just said, I think focusing on making it look more realistic would make it stronger. Now, if you really do want to go towards realism, which would be very different than maybe the loose style that we're imagining, then it is a case of studying. I think there are elements there that you just straight up need to study, and we all have to do it. It's a pain in the ass, but
it sucks. It's so not fun, but it helps.
So if we look at this guy, I'm
yeah.
just going to hold it up for a second, and then I'm going to jump back to me. So if we look at the body, you need to know what the bones are. So let's try and get it so that you can actually see my screen. Can you see that? I'll draw in pen. I will ruin this piece of paper for you.
Dedication.
Dedication. It's Bristol board. You better accept this. So you're. So let's say you just loosely sketch in the head here and the jawline, and you get these measurements. These are the measurements you want right. This cross, where you have the center of the face and then the center of the face across, you want that dead perfect, right? Then you need to think about where the neck goes, and then you don't have to, I mean, if you're doing a skeleton, you do need the bone structure perfect, but I'm just going to loosely sketch out the shapes that you're going to end up with. So you want this, you want to be sketching in your rib cage in kind of like, it's a very curved structure. Then you've got the sternum, and that's what's bringing things out. So you have a back. The thing that's missing in your piece, if you want to go like realistic, is that you don't have a back in it. So these little prongs, they go out in this kind of curved matter. There's a billion more than this, but I'm just doing it very loosely. to encase. I want you to think about the function of something. It encases the ribs. No, it encases the lungs. Even you've got these ribs, and they encase the lungs. So you have an object in there, and you need to think about the depth that is there to be able to hold that object inside. You've then got a spinal column that's coming down behind that, and that's made up of, sorry if you're hearing weird dots, I'll get rid of that. That's made up of like little weird objects that kind of look like funny little puzzle pieces, and they'll sit together on that spinal column. And it's just a case of looking and studying, and not just going, like, I know we're talking about drawing from imagination, but you can only draw so much from imagination. You also have to look at the objects themselves. And I think something else that was also missing is you have a shape back here. It's sort of like a weird triangle, and then the collarbone connects to it behind. This is very exaggerated, but the collarbone connects back behind, and so over the shoulder. So if I put the lungs in like that and put a head like that, it's going along and over to the back, where it's then finding the shoulder blade, and there is no shoulder blade in the piece that you've done. So what you've done is very symbolic, I would say, of the piece. So then you need to think about, based on the positioning of your character, how would the collarbone move? How would the shoulder blade move? And then you can then connect your bones from that. And you are thinking about the curvature of the bones themselves, but you can get more energy into that by being super loose. And you will get that, as Mike said, from working on bigger pieces. And if you find that you don't have room to have boards, I've found it useful to get either big rolls of paper, or like packing brown paper and painting black and white on that, because it's something loose that you don't have to worry about having to throw away. And it's also, if you do decide to keep it because perhaps you learned something useful on it and you want to be able to look back at it, you can just roll it up and hide it away for a bit. Yeah, it's not going to last forever, but you're not making these pieces to last forever. When you want to make something that lasts, you work on the board or the canvas or whatever it is that you prefer. But just look at a skeleton and don't think, oh, I have to base it off of the image that I have of this, like, this person that's in front of me. Actually study the bone structure. And I think you got that in that you were looking at where the bones kind of had this sort of, that weird, like, classic cartoony thing, but it actually does kind of look like that, and they slot together funny. And if you do want to go the realistic route, it's really looking at that and trying to bring out these forms, and looking at how light affects an object. So when, I know we love the word atmospheric dissonance, so when these bones go back into the image, if you've got a completely black background, they're going to absorb some of that black. So you're going to have darker bones at the back and maybe bright speculums and spotlights on these top ones. And maybe you think about, okay, well, where do I want the light to be? Do I want it top down, so it looks like perhaps some kind of being is looking down on this guy? Do I want it coming up to try and make it more spooky, and I can get like these weird reactions in the face? So think about the lighting, think about the form, and pay attention to your anatomy. And it's literally just the fundamentals of art, and all of us have to study it. And I think even if you do the cartoony route, it's good to look at this stuff, because you might find that there's things that are always like slightly off, but you can't see them, and you'll be able to see them with this. And then you can decide, actually, I like them being off, or actually, I like having a particular warped style, or I like to get rid of this particular object in the body. And you can choose to do that. But yeah, that was just because you said you wanted to go towards realism. That was what I wanted to point out.
That's a lot of good information in there.
Um,
Good art lesson.
Marzilulu says, I think realism is good to show understanding, but I find the result boring. I completely understand that, and I feel exactly the same way. I can look at someone who's done realistic artwork and I can be like, that is incredibly technically amazing. But when I'm creating it myself, I don't look at it at the end and go, oh, I wanted to make that. It's never something that I look back on and really like. That's where I started to create essentially my own style in there, where I've got, like, that is not realistic. You would never, if a dragon was real, it wouldn't be that flatly coloured. But I've chosen to do that after studying how to paint realistic scales. And if you ask me to paint realistic scales on Photoshop, I will be able to do it. And I need that for commissions and jobs and whatever. But it's also, it means that I understand the choices that I make. If I want to make something super hyper realistic, I sort of can. It still has my elements in there, but it's sort of there. But I can know, okay, I'm choosing to make the eyes bigger and I'm choosing to make the nose and the mouth smaller. But at the same time, I'm choosing to have more detail in those fundamental, features. So a manga eye doesn't have all of the eyelid and the eyebrow doesn't connect up by this corner here, but I've chosen to do that because I've looked at studying realistic pieces by doing RGD and all of that, and I've learned that I like those pieces. So study it. Yeah, it's annoying, but you don't have to do like fully rendered massive pieces. You can take like a section and study that, and then maybe read a book on anatomy and perhaps do what I did, which was like maybe 2 weeks ago, I drew a skeleton and labeled every bone. And it's kind of like doing some science homework or something, but it's useful. Even if you don't remember all the names, you're going to remember that the object was there because you drew it once. But yeah, there you go. Now I've got to figure out where I put my art piece. Oh, there it is.
Bombs away. Yeah, that's where I wanted that one to land too. Oh, that's so nice when that happens. Oh, it usually never works out that way. Usually I do the drops and they hit like totally in the wrong spot. See, that's a weird thing because that's like a flat surface element for the drops because it's hitting straight on at this angle, but these drops are dripping within space. So I don't know how I feel about that, but you know, whatever. I'll just let it be.
I like it.
Yeah, why not? You know, sometimes I like adding that little element in there for fun, even though it technically doesn't work within the image. I think the spirit of it feels okay.
See, that's an example of where you've gone, it's not perfectly technically right.
Yeah, because you have like these strips follow the form and they're manufactured, and then these are the raw element. But I wanted the raw one to be just very limited. I didn't want to overdo it on that because I like having the prominence of the all black kind of sweater there.
I really like it.
All right. Yeah, I think this piece actually turned out better than I thought it would. I'm pretty happy with it.
I actually like if the model does not buy it, I might think about that as being a Christmas present to myself.
This might be one of the ones that I scan and make prints of, kind of thing, if I so feel inclined.
I really like it a lot. I'm really glad that you
I was creative. You know, one day I'm gonna bring you guys over to my side a little more. You'll see. It's just it's just an acquired taste. My boring art's an acquired taste. I do it for a reason. You know, the funny thing is, though, is I find that I have to defend it in a certain way because people will a lot of people brush off my art. I get a lot of feedback on my art, whether it be verbal or I see, because I do those every month. There's a studio walk and literally thousands of people walk by every month. And I've done like 5.5 years worth of them, whatever that is, however math works. And over time, you really get a certain idea of how people see your art. And I just saw, well, no, it should be all right. But the thing about it is, it's hard. like you know, people will try to like give me tips about things I can do with my studio, this or that, and I tend to just like I just can't like take it anymore because I've gone through like where I am there is all like it's a decision at this point. I've made decisions for how everything is. If my studio is not as merchandise as well as it could be, it's probably because at some point I put so much effort into merchandising that it was starting to stress me out because it's also my workspace. You know, it's
Yeah.
like so like when your workspace is also your merchant space, it's a hard thing to juggle. And so I pushed more for it to just be the studio because I found psychologically it was better for me so I could work more creatively.
Yeah.
But anyways, like I'm aware that in many aspects, like my art is not particularly like exciting on initial glance to a degree. It's not eye catching. It's not the thing that's going to get a million hits on Instagram or something. And it's not, I think people tend to not think of my art as being very creative. And then the landscape and everything. And it's always was tricky because I make it the way it is on purpose. Like it was a decision to get there. I don't make the art I make, at least I feel I don't make it the way I do because I'm not trying to be creative. I make it as a response to art I see. So like when I have my landscape, they tend to be pretty realistic and minimal in a certain way, because when I was looking at a lot of landscape, I was seeing highly impressionistic, expressive, I'll joke about the landscapes with all the shapes in the background and whatnot. I was seeing a lot of interpretation in landscape, but
Yeah.
landscape was very personal to me. And spending like the years after school with my friend just driving in the desert, I felt like it kind of like, it wasn't in this like survival mode I had to live it, but like just kind of there was a mood and a feeling to it that I didn't feel like any art I was seeing was capturing. And
Yeah.
so that's why I painted the landscape the way I do, is because I was trying to capture that mood. And it wasn't an element of what I thought would look cooler. It was just what I thought would make that feeling when a person sees it. And the only thing that sucks about it is ideally the goal in the end would be to have a bunch of really large paintings, 6 to 8 foot paintings of those landscapes. I just didn't have the time and money to make it work that way. So if there was any fault in it, like I ran into that limitation and I had to kind of like move on for a bit because I lost too much momentum and it's been too long. I've been away from it too long. But it was interesting though, because that's like a realism kind of came back in art. It was very abstract and conceptual for a while, and it's still very conceptual now in the fine art world. But like straight up realism style painting, like painting that like I get stoked of when I see stuff in the 1800s and earlier, is not really.
It's not around, really.
No, like a very traditional portrait, someone would just be like, like, isn't that how you're supposed to just paint Jesus now? Like they don't really,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? There's something in it. Like there was an artist that I just saw recently. Oh God, I forgot their name already. How horrible. It's Olga something. I'll have to look it up. And I'll get back to it in a second. But there's like these subtleties just kind of hidden in the style of realism. Like I think of Okay, let me pull up Courbet's Stonebreakers. Hold on a second. This painting was an important turning point in that regard.
By the way, you're getting a lot of really positive comments right now about your art piece. Melissa says, looks fantastic, Mike. That's the original model. Foxtrot Oscar says, strong design elements there. Society 6, that it will sell. Drocart says, those inks are looking great, dude. Slam says, sweet inks. Maestro Chi says, people are stupid, Mike. Same Dog says, Mike, this is a gorgeous piece.
Well, damn, thank you. And it's just like, this was like, to me, this was just like a loose piece, like, I mean, there's a lesson in that for me, as well. I got to turn it upside down because I don't want these drips to do what they're. I know the whole idea of a drip is you're supposed to let it do what it wants, but sometimes if I don't want gravity involved, then I don't want the gravity involved. That's all.
You just don't want physics.
You don't deal with gravity in the spirit world, so why would I deal with that in my drips? So like on the screen right now is Gustave Courbet's The Stonebreakers. And this painting was like, oh, this painting's so badass. So I mean that artist himself is a character in and of himself. And this painting is like this is a breakthrough painting. This painting is like a wild painting. You know, a lot of people when it came to these years and not too long from now, Impressionism would happen. And though Impressionism kind of was it's regarded as, now it seems kind of kitschy, you know, at the time it was very out there. But to me, like, I would take this over an Impressionist painting. That's why, like, if I was gonna, I thought post-Impressionism was a more striking movement than a lot of the Impressionist paintings, mostly because I liked it when they were kind of reintroducing line and form, but adding that with Impressionism, maybe some crazy colors of the Fauvists or whatever. But this painting itself was particularly important because people were not doing paintings of elements of misery. You were not doing paintings. It was kind of like, I think of the painting The Gleaners by is it like Millet? I'm not sure. But the idea of like, you went to a painting of someone in like tattered rags clothing, and it was also a design element to not have their faces visible. So they're just like these faceless characters, because this isn't about specific people. This painting makes a larger statement. And so it was controversial at the time. But it's interesting how well it works, because compositionally it seems pretty straightforward. It's just the two figures, they're all completely within the image. So the only elements that you have kind of throwing things off might be the kind of diagonal shadows of the background behind them, but just kind of the tattered look of the clothes. It's almost like this is almost like an anti-Norman Rockwell, you know, like before he even started. It looks like a Norman Rockwell, but Norman Rockwell would not like paint people literally having to smash rocks. And then, you know, it's just with the kind of personality of the artist, kind of being this outgoing guy with his big crazy beard. I don't know. I thought this painting was awesome. And this painting, I thought, kind of has a lot of expressiveness to it. And it is a realist painting. And then this painting goes into, you're kind of breaking away from the romanticize, because there's always the realism and romanticism. And I get the worlds overlap a little bit and it gets tricky. But this painting also doesn't exist anymore. So even though it's one of my favorite paintings, I'll never see it, because it was lost in a war. It was destroyed in war. I don't remember if it was World War II or whatever. So let that also be a lesson to the painting itself and in that kind of idea. I mean, obviously it's the representation of misery of man, but this is still, even with those elements, realistic painting that carries a lot of weight. And it's not even, I liked how subtly kind of political it is. It's not about a direct thing. I mean, there was artists that were more political in their art. You could look at some Goya pieces that were intensely historical or political in that regard, and they're amazing too. But this one, there's a subtlety in this. This painting it's taking heavy subject matter, but also like a subtle approach. And I feel like if you can hit something subtly, you're going to withstand the test of time longer, because as tastes change and genres change, anything that looks drastic will look old-fashioned.
Yeah.
But if you can express your ideas subtly, sometimes you can kind of take the fashion out of your art, and then it can hit a bigger picture. And so, like, that's kind of why I tend to start in realism, and it's not as a way to like flex like skills or accuracy, but it's to work more subtly, so it's harder to pin the art to an element of kind of fashion that will come and go with seasons. This piece I'm working on now, I would say, is highly more kind of design than what I'm usually used to. It was fun. Actually, this piece was really fun to make. And, obviously I was not swearing at myself this whole episode, because usually when I work the other way, it's a certain kind of rigorous process that can be very psychologically taxing.
I think it's really interesting as well because I can see you in the face of it, as in like the way the lines sort of like the lines on the face are so carefully chosen and they match up so perfectly with the lines in the hair. So you've got this fluid movement throughout the portrait, and yet you've also got this very graphic design style block color for the t-shirt, and yet it works so well because you've got the correct amount of negative space between those two areas. I don't know. I'm kind of in love with it.
That actually, and I was happy it worked that well because I knew I wanted to leave the shirt flat, and I removed the bottom part of the jaw, and I'm like, that's a good element that I can have these two different styles be next to each other, and then use the drips to kind of introduce them. I just spit on my piece. To introduce them into each other, you know? And then this thing I knew, I had an image. It always kind of starts with an image in the head. And this one I knew when I was starting that for some reason when you're drawing skulls, like spend more time with the brush pen and less time with the microns because the brush pen's more expressive and it just always looks more metal with skulls. Like, if you're dealing with skulls, you got to think heavy metal. Like, because there's nothing like, because you just like heavy metal. They just like, it just knows how skulls are supposed to be. They're supposed to be fucking awesome. And it just knows it, so just like embrace that, you know. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this one's turning out. I don't think it's going to take too much line work, you know. I mean, I could always try to add other little elements, you know, but I don't want to make it too, like, you know, I could do stitch marks from the skin into the skull, you know, but it's like.
I actually honestly really like the simplicity of it.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not aiming for it's a little grotesque, but I don't want to overdo the grotesque. I want to try to have something that's like traditionally beautiful about it.
It's very pre-Raphaelite. Yeah. There's something about it that's. I could imagine it being painted in like, I don't know, the Tudors or something, like, and it would be sat there on the wall in an ornate frame, and yet you take a proper look at it and you think, oh my god, actually, it's completely different.
I wonder if this is, I mean, maybe that's, you know, the funny thing is without like the figurative stuff and the portraits, when I went into the landscape paintings, like I still have images of landscape paintings in my head I want to paint, and I know what they look like, and I know I can make them. I know exactly what they look like. I just don't, it takes so long to do it. But it's just, that's the tragedy. You sit all day at work and you know exactly what the painting is, and your life won't let you make it. But regardless, the hard thing is with the portraits and the figurative is I can look at a picture and then I'll know how I want that to look, but there's not an overlying visual. I don't like saying message because I'm not trying to say anything, but there's not an overall visual image in my head of where I feel like I have something to say. So it's like I enjoy making the portraits and the figurative, but I don't feel like I've yet found the thing that's like, oh, why don't I see more of these elements, or I want to see this. So a lot of it is still in the exercise of just education, learning, practice, and just kind of casual enjoyment, really. Yeah. And so I have pieces I'm proud of, but I don't feel like I have pieces that I feel like are like, whoa, that's like a thing. So the only thing I can connect my name to that feels like my thing is a certain techniques and things I'll do, but not an overall kind of voice of it. I haven't found it yet. There's just nothing in my head. And I know there's themes out there that I think a lot about, but I don't know how to relate it to figurative in portrait, and I don't want to force it. So I don't know how that's going to come about. Like, to be honest, for years, like for landscape, I had like years of experience in it and just having it settle in my head. And so there's always like I think with, like when I first started the landscape, I thought a lot about just the influence of the land on psychology, but then also how someone projects, first of all, how memory works. Like, memory is actually pretty specific. Like, a lot of people, the thing I don't like about surrealism is, like, whenever I have a dream, it's definitely an environment. It's an environment, and usually if I remember the dream, it's hard to put to words, but I can see that environment. And I feel like when surrealism works with the subconscious, I never liked how they tried to surrealistically make the image, because what always seemed to happen is you have just these blobby shapes and then a plane into the distance. And it's just like, man, I don't know who has dreams that looks like that, but I've never heard someone describe their dream that looks like a surrealist painting. Like, so I don't even know why they talk about dreams with it. Like, and then so when I thought of the landscape, I was thinking about how your memory thinks of it. And your memory is like, it's pretty specific. Like the way it feels in your head is accurate. It's when you try to describe the details, you realize you don't know them. But the way it feels in your head actually feels like, if you think about like a playground you played on as a kid, you might not remember all the playground equipment, but just that loose image of your head feels specific. So the way I want the paintings to work is you look at the painting and it's highly detailed and specific. But if you look at it and walk away, you won't remember all the details. There'll be elements of it that shine brighter. There'll be an intense sky and things that will hit you. But if you try to describe it later, what's in it, it will work that same way. That's why I do the landscape that way. And I think about that in a certain spirituality sense. I'm not a religious person or very spiritual. Actually, I'm not very much at all. But I think I think that the nebulous nature of that is a good way to approach art. And so I think about that now with figurative. And so though I had kind of this spiritual nature of the fleeting kind of thing of how you see landscape, which was probably highly influenced actually by, in Utah, it'd probably be influence of settlers, pioneers in the Mormon church and whatnot. And I'm not LDS, but like that's the psychology of the desert. It's very end of the world. It's like very beautiful and overwhelming, but also it's like the end of the world. Like I think Wallace Stegner had said something along the lines of like, no wonder they believe the end of the world was coming, because you look around the landscape and it's a wasteland,
Yeah.
And then when I think of figurative, now I'm in California, and the mentality of California is very different. It's very like welcoming to the earth. You're not fighting the earth. The earth is the thing that treats you. And so now I'm not focusing on the earth. I'm focusing on the people. But I'm noticing the people is very much still a very groupthink mentality. And it's very, right now, culturally, it's hedonistic. Like hedonism is a very huge driving force in culture right now, and across all ages. And I feel like when you have like a lush environment feeding that, you get a kind of mentality that really will believe anything. And so I have this weird thing where I'm drawn to cults in that regard. Like I'm fascinated by them because like I don't think like a lot of them, they're in extreme environments, but if you look at like the kind of a new age influence and a bizarre kind of collective mentality pushed to an extreme, a lot of it seems like you could see it be influenced by the nurturing nature of your environment. So you just assume, since it keeps nurturing you, that how you feel is the most important thing. And when you look at, so I'm trying to think, that seems to be in my exposure of being in California on the West Coast of America right now. That is an overwhelming feeling. That's what everyone does. It influences the drugs that they take, influences them to think that way. It also influences which ones they choose to do, the music they listen to, how they communicate to each other, the way people have fun. It's this just like kind of absorbing pleasure. But at the same time, it's this thing where it's like, well, what's the end game with it? Like you can't just keep absorbing all the time. And I don't know. So these are all things that are in my head when I'm making art, and I have no intention of trying to directly put that into a piece, because I think it'd ruin it. I want to just think about it so much that it somehow just affects the way I choose the subject matter, and then that's what comes out.
Yeah, it's sort of like there's a subconscious symbolism rather than a blatant thing. It's like when you're reading a book and it's the opposite of when they straight up say the name of the title of the book.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from.
No, I mean it makes sense in it though. It's like, okay, so there was a guy. This was in like a Twin Peaks extra with like this was a David Lynch. I think it was in the Twin Peaks extra, and one of the guys was talking about walking past the editing room, and David and Lynch was in there with I don't remember who, and they were working on editing the show. And he overheard David say, I say David like I know him. Don't you love that first name shit? Oh yeah, me and David. Me and Dave go way back. But they overheard him say, he just goes, "Oh, maybe that's what I was trying to say." So like he didn't know, and I love that idea, you know. And I'm not like a transcendental meditation kind of guy. Like that's where he gets it in his world. For me, it's just like have it in your head, and that's just there for you know until it starts influencing your art. Because I feel like that's what happens in your environment. Like the way you act, you don't act the way you do because you're trying to act that way and making those decisions. It's just that you have years of influence and ideas that were put in your head, and it's influenced the way you started representing things. That's why I always compare art to handwriting. You don't choose your handwriting. It's just the practice and a whole bunch of circumstances that determines why your handwriting looks the way it does.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So what I was trying to say in this is that skulls are metal. That's all. That's what that was.
That was the moral of the story.
That's all it is. The skulls are metal. I heard a metal band in Salt Lake. The dudes were trying to argue. I think I mentioned it before. It was what's more metal, skulls or snakes? And I know those skulls. That was really, but I was so happy with that argument. Wonder how those guys are doing. I worked with the guitarist in that band at Barnes and Noble. He's like one of the nicest dudes ever. Metal dudes are like most metal dudes are like so nice.
Yes.
They play like the craziest music, and they are seriously like they're just the nicest, most understanding and accepting people. Good crowd. And then there's just some dudes that are crazy, but you know.
There's always a crazy person somewhere.
But the punk scene tends to be more out of control and wild, but the metal scene tends to be like
Do you want to hear a really douchey request I got over the weekend? I just, for some suddenly popped into my head. I was thinking about overheard conversations and I remembered this. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I'm sat at my stall, okay? I'm drawing away. I'm working. Around me are various different pieces of artwork that demonstrate my skill level, okay? Mm-hmm. One of which is a piece that I showed you a second ago that has a Pokemon on it.
Yeah.
Someone walks over and they go, "Oh, that's a really well drawn Pokemon." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." And they're like, "So do you do Pokemon? Do you draw Pokemon?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they take out a Pokemon called Oshawott, which is like a little otter out of their bag, and they show it to me, and I'm like, "Oh, that's so cute." And they put it on the table and they go, "Draw it." And I'm like, and I said, "I have commission prices. These are my commission prices. If you'd like to book a slot, then you can do that, and then I'll draw whatever you want for you." And they go, "No, I just want to see if you can do it." Like it's some kind of challenge. Yeah. And I'm like, "Do you not understand how this works?" I'm like, "I'm not going to just draw something for you that is essentially a product. This is my day job." Yeah. Because you felt like challenging me to draw something that is so incredibly simple and that I have also demonstrated that I can do based off of the work that's on my table. I was like, "You're a douche. You can go away." And then they just acted super offended that I said no. Like, obviously, I didn't say all of that to them. I just said, "I have commission prices. I'm booked up. I'm currently working on someone else's piece." And they were like, "Oh, well, I just wanted to see if you could do it," and then wandered off. And I was like, "What was that?"
How hard it is to not like, because the first thing that comes to my head is one thing is being like, "All right, let's see what I can do," and then just drawing a dick. And then the other thing that came into my head is just going like starting and then just going, "Oh," and your pencil breaks. You're like, "I can't do it. You were right. You were right the whole time. I can't do it." You know,
just like breakdown. I've had a few of them. I had one person walk up to me and they picked up my book and they flicked through it. And then they went, "Okay, I've read it now. I don't have to buy it," and then wandered off. I was like, "You're a dick." Just sometimes you just see people and they act at your table and you just go, "You're a dick." You don't realize that you're talking to a person who's trying to make a living right now and you're being a dick.
There was one guy who came into my studio, and I had all these drawings, these portraits I drew of people riding the train to work, the BART
Oh,
out
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
And the guy just like he was thumbing through them. He's like with his girlfriend or whatever, and he kind of has holding. He's kind of like and just kind of tosses them
Oh my
back on the
God.
table. And my brother was standing next to me, and I kind of just like didn't register for a second. I can't remember what my brother said, but I can't remember the exact line, so I shouldn't quote it. But he said it kind of loud, and it was kind of that thing like if you got that attitude, you got to take that outside or whatever. But it was just all I could think of, like, because it takes me when I see something like that, it takes me a few seconds to register.
Yeah.
But it was that thing where it was just
Yeah.
like, how do I not let myself end up in jail? Because all I can think about is how much I want to choke this guy out, like right here in front of everybody. But because it was like, I don't care if you don't like the art, but why did you like toss it and you
Exactly. It's like, why'd you be that much of a dick?
douchebaggy way? What do you do? What's your art? Who are you? Get out of here. Oh, I can't stand that. It's totally fine for people to like not like it and have all their reasons they don't like it, but like at least respect the art. What's the matter with you?
Did I tell you about the guy slagging off manga while I was at my stall?
That's awkward.
So I was sitting at my stall, and a fellow artist walked over to the artist that was sat beside me, and they were talking about different art styles. And then they went, oh, yeah, no, I just do some of that, that rubbish manga stuff. I only do it because it's, like, really simple and I don't have to think about it when I work on it. Because, like, realistic stuff, you actually have to try for that, and I don't have that time. And I'm like, you're a dick. I'm like, I am sitting right next to you, and I've spent 8 hours on the piece that is in front of me right now. And there is another piece in front of me that I've spent 8 hours per page for 200 pages. And you're saying you don't have to try.
Well, that just means his manga sucks.
And it's literally like, the interesting thing was that then when I went over to his stall, I'd seen his stall earlier and thought, yeah, that's all right, that's interesting. And then when I walked over it later, it was like, I could see every mistake in it. And it was sort of, it made me think about how hearing what someone says about their work, about their artistry, can make you have a different opinion on their art itself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I totally know what you mean there. And that's a weird weird thing to feel, because sometimes you feel like a person's biography or that you don't want it to influence the art. But when you learn these things, you know what I realize it is? Because everyone said, well, shouldn't the art speak for itself? And it's like, yes, but if you learn that the person's a liar, their art's not telling the truth anymore. And that's the thing, is that's why you feel cheated. You don't feel cheated because you looked at the art and now it sucks because they're a dick. It's like, no, you feel cheated because you're realizing now you're actually looking at the art and you know the truth, and you realize that all the decisions they're making in their art is actually a lie. They don't believe in it. And then you can start seeing through the bullshit easier because someone told you the truth, which was them on accident.
Yeah, and if the art is supposed to speak for them, whose voice is it speaking with? Because it's clearly not theirs.
Yeah.
So what's the point in purchasing their work? Because when you purchase a piece of work, you are purchasing a piece of that artist as well, I feel.
Yeah. It's their ideas.
Yeah. It's their energy, their world. And I think something that I saw over this weekend a lot was that the people that came over to my stall and who bought stuff from either my stall or the ones around me, the thing that they cared about was the fact that they were meeting the creators. Like, I had people walking up to me and saying, oh, it's so amazing to be able to actually speak to the creator of the work. And it's important to people, like I think to a lot of people, that the work that they created, they cared about. Even if they had bad times whilst they were making it, they cared about it, and they care about putting it in the best way to get to you. It's upsetting when you find out that actually it's just something random they're doing, they don't really care that much about it, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of like, well, what's the point then? Why are you wasting all this time on it?
Yeah. The worst thing is I hear this and think about it, and I just think back to myself. Like, I can remember like a specific time in my early 20s where I was just like, oh my God, I was just the worst. Just like thinking I was the shit, and I like wasn't even like making much art or anything. Oh, I was just all talk. And it's just so like, it's that thing that'll like haunt me. Like, I'll be in my bed and like, like, who were you? You know, it's like the only thing I ever regret in my life are not mistakes I made, but just times when I was an asshole. Like that's just the only regret I ever have. And I had so many of those, and I could totally see myself just being that douchebag and saying something that stupid back then. Oh, God. Well, whatever. Learn from it, I guess.
Yeah.
I only do this because it's easy. Well, why don't you challenge yourself? If you're so good that that's easy, like then you should push yourself because apparently you have the skill set to change the world. But you're just being too lazy to use it, right? Isn't that what that means when he says that? That at any moment he could just make the most amazing thing and he's just not out of choice? What an asshole. Like, you know?
And also, why would you do that to yourself? Why would you bother spending like 14 hours on an art piece of something you don't even give a shit about? Like, what's the point? Why do that to yourself?
I can see if like you have to, like I need a paycheck, I gotta pay rent. All right, that sucks. It happens.
Actively choosing like that's your job that you chose to do. Why would you do that? That makes no sense. It's not like working at McDonald's or something where you might actually have to do that. It's like I just felt like becoming like you don't ever have to be an artist. That's not something that happens.
Oh yeah. I mean that makes sense. It's not like you're not like, oh God,
I have to pay the rent. I better paint a picture. That doesn't happen.
Oh God, I was so happy in the office, but now I'm stuck making art. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's just not a thing.
Which would be amazing because you know it's out there. You just don't hear about that side. Because I've definitely had moments where I was just kind of like, wow, I think my life would be like I wouldn't have as much stress if there wasn't art. If art wasn't a part of it, you know, like there wouldn't be that weird underlying current of guilt. It's like when you're single and everywhere you go, you're like, maybe I'll meet someone. Like no matter like what the situation is, it's like, I'm going to go buy a sandwich. Maybe there'll be a girl there. Like it's always
that one guy that hit on me at a funeral while I was there for my family's funeral. Yeah.
Are you serious? There was a guy that hit you at a funeral?
Yeah.
Just try to remember that.
He wore a fedora.
No matter how hard it was for you to get through that moment, he was in a really rough long-term place right there to get to that point. That is horrible. You know, the thing is like
he followed me around the funeral.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
These things happen and you just think, I don't know what's going on. Like you seem like a nice person, but something's happened and you need to calm down.
So you know what just sucks about that is you know, people do shit like that and then a guy like me just tries to have a conversation with the person and then they leave the bar feeling like an asshole. You know. Wow, a funeral. What if someone did that and it worked? Can you imagine having where did you guys meet? We met at a funeral?
Yeah, I was at a close family member's funeral. And he saw me walking through with the procession cars with my family. And he was like, oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. And I thought, oh, that's sweet. I was like, oh, thank you. And then later in the like reception area, he just started like straight up hitting on me and then literally followed me to every table that I moved to. Like I would move to another table and be like, oh, I've just got to go and speak to whoever. And then he would go and he would sit next to me there.
Hey, you know what though?
Like, oh, I've just got to go to the bathroom and then walking around, like waiting around for me. And like, what's going on right now? This isn't...
What? All right, here, let's find a silver lining, all right? I mean, hey, a dude was willing to hit on you at a funeral, right? That's pretty good. You got the goods, right? That's pretty flattering. I don't think anybody's hitting on Big Mike over here at a funeral. I don't think that's going to happen, you know?
Oh,
that dude just like, that dude had to spend time going, this is my chance. This is my chance.
It's kind of sweet, but like not a funeral. Like,
this is my chance. It's either now or never. You'll never see her again. Is this the time to hit on someone? Doesn't matter. I know this is my chance. Oh my God, a funeral.
Like, because I feel like there's ways of being tactful about that. You can be like,
no, there isn't. There's no way.
Like, it was really nice to meet you, and I hope that you're feeling all right. Like that is like straight up just like friendship, kindness, and you can be like,
no,
okay.
There's a way to talk. There's no way to flirt with a person.
But you can't flirt. No, you can't flirt. It's not possible.
Hey, yeah, that's man. I just I just can't believe that Uncle Ben went out that way.
I got asked
So-
out
so,
at MCM in front of my boyfriend as well, which was quite
So you
cute.
want to get out of here? Did he say, so do you want to get out of here at a funeral? You're like, I don't think my family
You know
would like
what?
it.
He said a variation of that.
That's because that's my favorite line ever. That's a line I want to say to people just as jokes, even in no matter how inappropriate
You should
it is.
say that in an elevator.
I want to say it in like on an airplane, talking to someone,
So,
just be
should we
like,
get
you know,
out of
this is like a, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, I gotta say, you know, it's been a really interesting conversation, you know, like, I don't know, you want to get out of here? Emergency hatch. You had someone hit on you at MCM in front of your boyfriend?
Yeah, that was kind
Oh,
of
nice.
cute.
I remember with my ex, I was at an art show at the SF MoMA, and a dude like came up, and he was with his bro. They were in like their suits and everything. It's like, all right, whatever. And then he tried to do like I think they tried to go all in, like, all right, we could do this. Let's be confident. And he tried to do like the arm over her shoulder thing, like immediately. And I was across the table thing.
Oh my
and-
god.
And she just kind of went like, good. She's like, oh, here's my boyfriend, Mike. And you could see the thing on his face, like, oh. But I'm not going to, you know, I mean, I thought his approach was completely stupid and whatever. But honestly, like a part of me was just like,
Lol.
it's like, well, you know, I was happily in my relationship. So I was just like, what I genuinely thought in my head was just like, it's all right, man. You'll find that person. So I was just like, hey, I'm Mike. Like, I didn't, maybe I should have been more defensive or something. But like, my girlfriend at the time, she didn't like, it was awkward, but it wasn't one of those situations where, like, if he was just like harassing her.
It's not like
forever,
it wasn't douchey. It was just like you acted a little bit out of turn.
It was
there.
a douchey. Yeah, I was a little out of turn. It was like that's too much, dude. Like, don't do that. But it wasn't like I'm not gonna. What's up, bro?
Back off, mate.
What's up? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know, like
when I was trying to find the bathrooms, right? And there were these bathrooms for the exhibitors that we could use. And I walked towards them, and there's this like fairly good looking security guard in front of them. And he is like mega flirting with two cosplayers, right? Like you could see that he was flirting from the other side of the convention hall, right? And he's just standing there, like doing all like the, oh, you look amazing, blah blah blah. And I go to walk past him, and he then calls me back, and he's like, no, sorry, those are locked. But the one, and then every piece of information that he gave me was completely wrong, like about where to go and what to do. And I was just like, all you care about is flirting with those two girls. Like, I find it amusing though. I was like, I've got stuff to do, so bye. But I did find it amusing that you could literally tell, like, from my stall to the other side of the hall that he was flirting with them. And it was just like, all right.
Like, I don't know why people put themselves through that. Like, okay, if you're flirting with someone and they're flirting back,
Although,
like
yeah, they were flirting back, definitely.
oh, well, that's like
So,
one of the greatest feelings
It's all
ever.
good.
You're like on cloud nine. But if you flirt and it doesn't go back, it's like the immediate feeling. It's just like immediately you're just like, well, this is the worst feeling in the world. Like, it's just like horrible. So people that like put themselves in that situation all the time blow my mind. It's just like how, like, that is some serious, like, crazy self-abuse that you're willing to put yourself through for so little reward that ever comes out of that. Flirting at a funeral. I want to know if it happened. I mentioned in the chat. I want the story of when that worked, and then we clicked. You know, and then it's just like you have to tell your
We've been married
family
for 15 years. I know
Yeah,
the
you know,
exact
just
date
like-
that my dad died.
I haven't seen that post on Reddit where it's just like, yeah, he came up to me. He made this really funny casket joke, and we've been married for 15 years. Like, I haven't seen that line, you know?
Yeah, he proposed to me back at the original church that we met over the original cast. Like, we then walked up to the tombstone and said our thanks.
Oh my God.
Oh, my cat.
Meeting at a funeral. It's happened. I
Oh,
know
yeah.
it's happened.
See, the thing was, I then, when I got home, told my boyfriend that this had happened. He wasn't even surprised. Like, Is this normal? Do you guys think of this? Are you like, that sounds logical?
I can't imagine. I mean, I could definitely imagine being at a funeral and being just like chilling, and then somebody's like, "Yo, what's your name?" And then going like, "Well, that's a weird thing to think at a funeral." I can't imagine a person ever being brazen enough, because I guess it also depends how well you knew the person, right? You know, if it's like someone's like super close, you're obviously not going to be thinking about chicks at the funeral. But if it's like that, like second uncle, you're right. You see them like once every 5 years on like a holiday. You could probably like get distracted at that funeral. You know, you're not doing a speech. No one in your immediate family is like throwing down some poems they wrote about like how precious life is. You know, I could see the mind wandering a little bit at that funeral. Kind of having that moment, like, all right, let's scout
Meanwhile,
the room.
everyone's in tears.
Everyone's in tears. You're like, all right, let's scout the room a little bit. What do we got here? You know. But then you have to also remind yourself that you don't bring friends to a funeral. Like there's a good chance you're flirting with someone you're related to and you just didn't know it. You know, like I don't know what that guy's goal was there.
The cat has decided to sit in an interesting place.
Oh, wait, I want to switch screens. Hold on. Hold that camera shot. Just staring at you.
Yeah. He's actually in the easel. Like, I don't know if you can see like little feet down the bottom, but then I'm right here.
Cats need
But
their
he's just
dominance.
like, now that I'm here, you have to stare at me.
I went to the cat cafe in Oakland. It was one of the first.
Yeah.
Oh, Cat Town. And apparently there's a tea place in San Francisco called Kit Tea, TEA, which is the same
Brilliant.
thing. Yeah. So I was at Cat Town because I was in Oakland, and they have an Instagram. Follow them. Adopt a cat. Cats are great. But oh my god. So it's like you just get your coffee, and then I already tell the story. I feel like Grandpa sometimes. I'm just like repeating stories.
Oh, you talked about a cat cafe, but I don't think you've talked about this one.
Well, there's only like one of them, so it must be this one.
Oh.
Well,
okay.
whatever. I went in. I got my coffee. I went in the
I
cat
give no
room,
shits.
and they were adorable. And there was a cat with a Siamese cat, which is usually not my style because of Lady and the Tramp, which was a pretty racist scene, but also it just really made you not like Siamese cats. But there was a Siamese cat in there with big blue crossed eyes, named Lorenzo. I was just like, damn, this cat's awesome. It made me
Lorenzo. That's a good name.
Just change your name to Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Childs.
Yeah, true. Do you think it works? It would suit my new moustache, I feel.
The blood stash.
Yeah, I feel like Lorenzo Bloodstash is a good name.
Lorenzo Bloodstash. That's what you are for Halloween.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Bloodstash.
Schmoonify has drawing by Anon's pug.
Oh, sweet. We were just talking about pets. Where is it?
It'll be in whatever the thread is.
I got it. This is pretty adorable. This is cute.
Oh, oh my god, look at his little face. Oh my god, Schmoonify, you're amazing. Oh my god, that's so good. Look at these little like cuff thingies.
Yeah, that's pretty adorable.
That's kind
of pugs.
Oh, pug.
Pugs can run fast. I did not know that about pugs until I had to take care of a couple of them.
Really?
They scoot. Like corgis are fast too, but pugs go fast. They're funny. There was some friends from work and we were taking care of their pugs while they were out of town, which was great. Just got to like wake up early and walk two pugs down the street, down a San Francisco morning. That was a great morning.
Yeah.
You take them to the dog park and they run around and bark at a statue. They're freaking hilarious.
I feel like we'll go for maybe 20 more minutes and then we'll finish up. What do you think?
That works with me. I'm all wrapped up.
Awesome. Does anyone have any last questions? Before the podcast, I showed Mike my list of potential topics, and we've done like 3 of them.
Yeah, that's had a feeling, but like those topics were intense, you know. Like we only try to reserve that like middle hour in the podcast for like all the mopey stuff, you know.
I feel like we avoided
for all the tough subjects
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it could have gone down that road, talking about the gentrification and whatnot. This was an intense week when it came to those kind of things, because I was getting a lot of different feelings and ideas from different opposing aspects of the different worlds out here, and that could have gone dark. But I'm glad it didn't get rough.
Have
to be
you
honest,
found that's affected your art in any way?
Only in that I didn't get to paint in my studio while I was dealing with it.
Yeah.
I mean, inevitably, I don't know if it will visually affect with it, but it will definitely affect with my routine. I don't know, you know, I'm just trying to roll with things. Like, you only have so much in your control, and really, I'm just having a kind of a time where I'm trying to I want to try to stay focused on, as opposed to lamenting the loss of art in the Bay Area, to use that energy to try to either support it or keep it or fight for it to remain.
Mm-hmm.
And then just do that until I can't anymore, and then that's it. Which is hard, because that's draining. You know, that doesn't bode well much for my own future as an artist. Like, I tend to find that I'll spend time on my art, and then something will come up, or a big project thing. Like, I can't seem to avoid just involving myself in large projects, and that's nice. But then what ends up happening is inevitably I'll be away from my art, and then it will be pretty emotionally draining or psychologically draining. And then I'll have kind of a weird period of time where I'm like just melt down from it. And then I go back into the art hard and shut off from the world for a while and just focus on the art. Like, that's how I found.
I've found with these kinds of things, people do weird things as well.
Yeah,
which makes it not helpful.
Well, and that's actually how I kind of found Reddit Gets Drawn and got super into this community here. Is I had my studio and doing all that, and I got so overwhelmed, and it was so much work to do the full time. Because at the time, it was a full-time day job. It was starting my own business that was a gallery with all that bookkeeping and administration, website, all the networking, and running 10 studios. So that's done with a few people, but still doing all that and trying to make my own art. And I was in a relationship, you know, living with my girlfriend, and I'm trying to juggle all those things at once. Okay. And I could go so long. I did it for I think I had a good solid 3 or 4 years, and then it just broke me. And then I just didn't go to the studio for over a year or make art. And then I was just cranking out a lot of RGDs, and that was that's why I like the community here so much, is it really pulled me through a pretty hard time. I burned myself out hard, and then Reddit Gets Drawn and doing all this made art fun again for me. Because for a while I couldn't go to my studio. If I went to my studio, all I thought about was all the obligations I had, all the things I had to do as a manager, not as an artist. Yeah, so that's kind of how I work, though. And then eventually I'll just do that again. I can't seem to manage that well, because I'll keep thinking of a bigger picture, and then it's do you know the thing? It's that thing, if you're trying to show someone how to do something and they're doing it wrong, you're like, no, just give it to me.
Yeah.
I'll carve the damn or whatever. You know, the thing is, it's I'm like that. I'm like the angry dad from the 50s. I'll just do it. You know, I'll fix the sink or whatever. I feel like that, even though I don't actually know how to fix the sink. I still am gonna do it. I still I'll just try. And then, you know, and then I commit myself too heavily down that way. I'm not good at managing myself with those things, but I think it's just kind of I need that bigger picture sometimes.
Drocart says that they're drawing really slow tonight. They're working on something, but they won't finish it till way later, so they're going to post a work in progress. I feel like my zombie makeup's starting to come to life now that I feel like I might pass out.
It's taking over.
Cats are taking over. They've like started multiplying all over the place. Yeah, I did something similar where I live, but it was like the flip side of what you're doing. So someone had shown up, and they were introducing the possibility of bringing a market, like a market stall type thing, into the town, and it would be once a week. And I thought that was a really good idea. They were going to do some links with the local schools, and have like a certain stall each for each school, where students could show off like products that they've made in school or their art projects or what they're working on. And then the rest of the stalls would be products and whatever from stall holders, and there'd be a little bit of charity stalls. And I thought that was a really good idea. I thought that would be really interesting because nothing really happens around here. So it'd be nice to like have something that people know would happen on a certain day and they could go and see it. So I joined in with like trying to support their campaign, and I went to all of their meetings and stuff. And the thing that bugged me the most about it was so emotionally draining because so many people were angry about it but didn't know why. They were angry about it because it was something new and it was something changed, and oh, it's going to ruin everything. But then when you ask them what is the issue, there wasn't an answer. And if there was an answer, it was like factually incorrect. It was based off of information that had not been given out or said by anyone. And it was like, why do you think that that's happening? Why do you think that this slippery slope thing's going to happen? Just because it's like, it was things like, because there's a market stall there, then the roads are going to get closed. And it's like, no, that's not going to happen. No one said that that's going to happen. And it was just weird that watching this group of people create their own reasons for why there shouldn't be something new there. And it was just irritating. I couldn't deal with it. I was like, I can't deal with this level of, I don't even know what the word is for it, but I don't know if it's because of the age group that it was. Like, I was probably the youngest person in the room by a mile. And I was suggesting, could we have art stalls there? Could local arts and crafts people sell their stuff? Could local jewelry makers have their stuff there? Could we have textiles? Because we have nothing to do with textiles in our town. You have to drive for like half an hour before you find anything to do with textiles, even like clothing. And it was just like, why this would be really good for us. We can get a range of stuff and not just have a Poundland as every store and a betting shop. And it got so much negativity, and it just didn't make any sense to me as to why. And it was like, well, this town's been the same for 40 years and it's never been an issue. And it was like, what is this? What's the point? What's the point in saying that stuff should stay the same for the sake of it staying the same? If there's an issue where it's like it will take something away that this place has, then you have a point. But I just couldn't deal with just the paranoia, I guess, of the local people over absolutely nothing. I was just like, I'm done, I'm out. I'm sorry, I tried to help you guys, but I can't. And they were going to give me a stall and stuff there to sell like books and have local artists, and it was just like I had to give up with it because I couldn't cope with having to deal with these stupid weekly like meetings up the town where all you heard were people making stuff up. It was like, why do people act that weirdly when it comes to stuff like this?
I don't know. I mean, it's just a lot of fear, but it's just that thing. Like, I only get the change if it's that thing that's going to like really directly affect you. Like it's not just a matter of affecting your comfort, but like if it will, like I understand the concern in Oakland, the gentrification. Like there was that, I mean, I mentioned that article, like San Francisco is $5,000 2-bedroom, you know, that's what it is now. Obviously everybody's suddenly moving to Oakland and a bunch of developers buying up a lot of land to, you know, cater just to that crowd is concerning because it's like, I live here. Because like what you start feeling like what I feel like right now, like my life is I feel like at any moment there'll be some twist in a law or some technicality and that a landlord's going to score a point on that and just be like, oh, you got to go now. Or someone, or they're going to sell, because if they sell the building, I think they technically, they can boot you. They can give you the 30-day notice. So you just sit there like hoping that doesn't happen to you, because if I have to leave this apartment, there's a good chance I'll most likely just have to like leave the Bay Area. And that's hard for me because I'm actually, my family, I'm direct third generation out here. Like this is like a home to me, you know, and no matter how much shit I talk about it or how, you know, much it can drive me crazy, it would be hard to have to like leave a place that I was like so close to, because like literally I'm just like priced out of my home, you know. Like that feels like a real fear. But then even in this hearing the meeting, and like I'll hear some things in regards to like concerns people will have, and I'll just be like, it's like, well, now you're just like pointing fingers, like you're not trying to solve the problem, you're just trying to find the thing to blame it on. But it's like,
yeah, you can have genuine issues. Yeah, I think the thing that annoys me is when people are unfair about the situation. Like, you're attacking a person or you're attacking an idea that doesn't exist. If you're saying these plans are a bad idea and this is why, and I would rather you didn't do it, absolutely go ahead. It's when you're attacking either the person or the idea of it that you've somehow gotten from some obscure media source, because whatever. It's like, nah.
Yeah, no, it's like I'll hear a lot of the, I mean, I joke about like the tech world out here, except with electric skateboards. I genuinely think those are a plague on America right now. But the thing is with like a lot of the fingers, they get pointed at the tech world out here, and it's just not that simple. Like, you know, it's like, oh, all the culture's leaving San Francisco, it's because of tech. It's like, I'm pretty sure like the tech world doesn't want the culture to leave San Francisco. I'm pretty sure that's why a lot of that world is excited to live in San Francisco. It's just that there's just not a balance, and that there's not enough room, and it just gets complicated. And yeah, there's douchebags in that world, but I mean, come on, like I'm from the art world. Do you think there's not douchebags in the art world like that I've had to deal with? Like I see just as much unfair treatment in the art world as I do in the tech world. It's a very like, it's just like not that simple of an issue. And it doesn't even matter. I hear a lot of people like they don't culturally, they won't match up to it, but like that still doesn't matter either. There's a lot of stuff in that world that I look at and I'm just like, ugh. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that, you know, it's just making assumptions about like the whole kind of crew. I don't know, that'd be suck. I hope, I mean, if I eventually, you know, whatever, leave the Bay Area, I hope it's more on my own terms. Like, I hope it's not just because like shit went south. That wouldn't be very fun.
Do you get any effect off of all the YouTubers moving out to that kind of area over the past few years?
I'm sure I do. I mean, it's all part of that world. I mean, everyone moves out here, you know. It's just like it's really weird out here right now. Like so I just kind of was in family in Bay Area and I was a little kid just in the suburb out in Pleasanton until I was 10. And then I was in Utah forever. And then I came back here and I was like, okay, like when I came back here, I mean, obviously it's a established tech place. Even before me, you know, it was established, it'd be here. So when I first got here, it was an expensive place to live. And it was really hard. Like even when I moved here 9-ish years ago, it was a hard place. It was hard to get an apartment. Like I came from Salt Lake. In Salt Lake, you just walked. There's a building that had apartments, and you'd be like, I want an apartment, please. And they go, here you go. And you have an apartment. Out here, I came out twice, and it was on the last day. It was a week at a time each. And I was out here with my friend Andrew, who would be my roommate here. It was on the last day we were here. We were literally laying on the floor of my mom and stepdad's at the time's living room, just laying on the floor, staring at the ceiling, just like so bummed because we spent 7 days straight, all day, just going to apartments, trying to get applications. Like even then, you would go this like I looked in San Francisco and the East Bay. You would go to an apartment, and in San Francisco, there would be 25 other people there filling out applications. Like, and it was a shit apartment for way too much money. It'd be like a hideous kind of 1.5 bedroom for whatever. It's like at the time it would be like, you know, $2,000 or something. And people were frantically trying to get it, who are all more qualified with more money than you. And you were just like, wow, this is hopeless. And then if you're in the East Bay, you show up at a house that someone turned into an apartment half-assed, you know, haphazardly would I guess be the word, but like, and then you would get there and there would be like 7 other couples like standing in the lawn, just like waiting to like apply for it and try to convince them to just let them take it right there. Like, and that's what it was like. And eventually it's amazing that we got the apartment we did, but it was on the last day we were here. And I was so bummed because it was like, if I don't get this apartment now, I have to go back to Salt Lake and I'm running out of savings. Like I might not be able to move if I go back to Salt Lake because I don't have enough money to keep trying. And I don't make enough money to save a lot of money out there. And so it was just like so stressful. And we locked this down at the last minute. And it was so hard for us to afford. I was like terrified. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to pay for this, you know? So I was working shitty jobs and working Walgreens night shifts and Graves. But so like, even then that was hard. And it is insanely more difficult now. Like that was super stressful and really tough. And now to get an apartment in the Bay Area, it's insane. It's just like, if you can get one, but you're going to be in like it's either, if the neighborhood is decent at all, you are fighting so hard for that apartment. And really the only way you're getting a place is if you have like a friend that needs to rent a room. You're not getting one from scratch. And if you are getting one from scratch, you're living in like a sketchy neighborhood. And so that sometimes works. You can live in a sketchy neighborhood and whatever, and you find out that, you know, whatever you can, you know, maybe there'll be stuff there that's cool. You figure it out, you adapt. But it is definitely like not the standard of life that you can have anywhere else in the country. So it's hard to live here as an artist because even right now I'll look around and I'll be like, why am I here? Like the Bay Area is not really known for its art. It's just not. So I totally understand why artists are leaving, because it's like you pay twice as much as you would in any other city in the US, at least twice as much, more likely 3 times as much. And for the quality of life that is pretty much the same everywhere else. You hit a certain point where you realize that like all life is you wake up, you do your thing, maybe you have your job, and then like for entertainment, it's like, hey, let's go to a restaurant or concert or bar or go hiking. And you can do that literally anywhere. You know, it's like, it's not, you know, it's like the thing is there's cool things and it's fun, but it starts to get hard to justify why you put up with the stress and the struggle when there's so many other cities that pretty much offer the same exact thing for a lot less. I'll even get confused with tech people, like why they'll come out here and it's like, oh, they'll double your salary. It's like, yeah, but your cost of living will triple, you know? That being said, I still think that Reddit has like a really weird perspective on the Bay Area. I see so many people that are just like, I don't even know how you live out here if you don't make 90 grand. And I'm like, are you serious? I make way less than that. And it's like, I don't know how you can spend so much money so fast. Like,
I probably could. If I had money, it would be gone.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I could find ways to blow through money, but it's pretty surprising when someone just like doesn't understand. It's like, I'm pretty sure if it's like, look at your bank statement and really look at it for a second. I'm sure you can figure it out, you know.
Those takeaways that you got every single night for the past 3 years.
Yeah, it's like you go out. Are you going out for lunch every day? Are you going out to the bar after work every night and spending $40 on drinks? You know, like multiply that by 5, then multiply that by 4. Now, how much money did you spend? Like, are you doing a bunch of cocaine with your friends? That's not cheap. How much money did that just cost you? You know. but it does get harder to justify living here as an artist. And that's hard because it's like all my family's here. I've spent a lot of years here. It's been here generations. It's like a big part of my life, but it gets really hard to justify being here if you're not at a certain level of success. It's like you are living in a certain level of stress that's like, I almost kind of expect that if I were to move out of the Bay Area somewhere else, I would be surprised like how like I would there might be a chance I'd be like, why did I put myself through that? You know, like
Yeah.
like I haven't, like I'm not exaggerating when I say it, like I haven't, since I've moved here, I have not been bored. For 9 years, I have not felt bored for a minute. And you can see that as a positive thing. It's like, whoa, never being bored, always something going on. Or you can see it as in like, oh my God, like you're never bored. Like how relaxing it can be to just be bored for like a half hour. To like look out the window and be like, man, I got nothing to do today. I have no idea what that feels like. Oh, that'd be so awesome to like, oh, you know what I'd do if I could like be bored is I just play games on my computer for like 2 straight days.
Yeah.
I get jealous. I'll see people joking like, all they ever want to do is like eat Doritos and drink Mountain Dew and play computer games. I'm just like, oh my God, that'd be the best.
All right, I might fall asleep soon. I'm really tired, so I think we're gonna wrap up.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
I'm just gonna show my piece because people can't see it very well.
Yeah, wait, let me switch screens. Yeah, there we go.
It's still got a long way to go before it's finished, but this is how far I got.
Damn.
And I'll do a zoom in.
There's so much going on. There's so much action. Jesus, that's crazy. That's so cool.
Thank you. Yeah.
That is awesome.
I don't know if I'll finish it. I don't know if I'll have time, but I might try and finish it as like a warm-up tomorrow.
You should. There's the flat view of my piece. And the unangled view.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I'll sign it, post it, go to sleep.
Stick it on a t-shirt.
Stick it on a t-shirt. Make posters, collect millions, buy a yacht, just hang out. Just be on my yacht. So many yachts. Any last questions in the chat before we leave? Schmoonify gives you a triple A+.
Oh, thank you.
Great job, Sarah. A triple plus.
So that must be like A star.
Oh yeah, that's even beyond. That's like so much extra credit.
So many stars. All the stars.
So many stars. That's all the stars.
Oh, I'm so tired.
I can only imagine. Well, I can't really because I'm not you, but I imagine you're pretty tired.
I woke up every day over the weekend at least 5 a.m. and then wouldn't get back till about 10 p.m. at least. Usually about 11, 12. So that's 2 days. And then the podcast.
And then the podcast.
Yeah.
You suffer through a podcast with me.
Yeah, I got to deal with you. I got to like only half listen to you and then fall asleep for a week.
See, that's the benefit is like really with me, like you don't like there's no, you don't really need to listen to me. Like you know what's coming out of my stupid face. So it's kind of like there's a thing you'll be like, I know when I can shut off here. Like he's gonna
do the thing. He's gonna rant about
be like, I'm tired. I need Mike to talk for a minute. Hey Mike, did you catch that recent article about the art market? And then I start, and you're like, all right. And you pull up like a blanket and a pillow, you know. You're like, this buys me an hour.
So have you got anything coming up then?
This is the last week of Roger's show. Everything else is just stuff that's in the works that eventually might lead to announcements depending on how those things in the works goes. But I don't have official announcements with that right now. How about yourself?
No, November 21st and 22nd is Birmingham MCM. So I'll be in Birmingham next month. Oh, look, you can see the little veins that I've drawn on now.
I didn't know you had veins you drew on there. Nice.
Yeah. I've got, oh, if I can get the right angle. There's one that goes like up.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And then one goes all the way down as well. My hair's in the way. There we go.
That is awesome. Are you going to be able to do this costume for Halloween?
Maybe I will. When is Halloween? How many days have we got?
It's on Saturday, right?
Saturday.
Gotta go party.
Maybe.
You should go party. Hard.
Sunday I'm having a party, but that's because it's my boyfriend's birthday on the Monday. I might not be here next week. I'll confirm it with you when I've got all the details. But I might be having a well-earned holiday next week.
That works.
But
I'll figure something out.
Yeah, I'll probably be gone from the Monday to the Sunday.
Rock and roll.
But yeah.
Oh, we got a Tim piece. Oh, damn. We got a Tim piece here to show right at the end.
Oh, whoa, wait. What's going on here?
There's all sorts of things happening here. My eyes are still registering the piece. This is like your little, what's this guy called? Right here.
I don't know. He's like a little fuzzball with a unicorn here.
This thing's insane. I've never seen Tim make something that looks like so psychedelic and bizarre.
I know. I'm just like trying to translate it in my brain. I really like the guy's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's like being
10
eaten.
eyes. Yeah. Oh my god.
I've never seen Tim go nuts on a piece before like this. This really is Halloween.
I love the little like unicorn fuzzball.
That's super cray. All right. All right.
So yeah, that's it. So I don't know what we'll be doing next week. Pay attention to both my channel and also Mike's channel, which is your channel is just Funisher, isn't it?
What for
YouTube?
YouTube?
Yeah.
I think that's what is my account there? Is it that or MC Stefan? I don't know. I'll figure it out.
But pay attention to the Arts Lounge, and we'll post it there then.
Yeah, I'll post it there, and I'll get a thing going, and you get a well-deserved break.
Do you reckon I can peel this off?
Oh my god, that's gonna feel so good. Like it's gonna feel good just to watch.
Wait.
Oh yeah, this is awesome. You don't usually like pull off the scab to the no wound under. Oh yes. That was great.
Look at that. There you go. I got to get all this mess off. Oh my god, it looks so weird now.
Yeah. It's like the you got a stencil on your face.
Feels like I'm just like peeling my skin off.
You're gonna just start doing this every night just so you can end each night with peeling the stuff off your face because it's gonna get addicting.
Oh my god. How do I get it off?
I don't know. I don't even know what it is.
It's tissue paper with eyelash glue.
That sounds like it'd be really hard to get off.
Ah, it hurts.
That might just be part of your face now. Or else you're going to pull it off and have real wounds left.
Oh, that's so gross. There you go. Happy Halloween, guys.
That's a Halloween right there.
Oh, that looked so gross. Get my skin back. I've got to try and get this guy off somehow. Look how ridiculous he is.
Yeah, that's going to be ridiculous. You went all out on that one.
It's going to take me like half an hour just to get all this off before I can go to bed.
Yeah, it really will. You got some work in front of you.
Yeah, so I guess we shall see everyone next week at the proper time, rather than the time where I fall asleep for it.
Hey, it was well earned rest.
I fell asleep in this makeup, guys. I like woke up ready to go, and I just got up, walked downstairs, and turned the podcast on.
It's awesome. Alrighty.
All right. It was actually nice to see you. I
Yeah.
haven't spoken to him ages, it feels like.
Yeah, it's been a while, it's been a while. And it's good chatting. Well, you had the MCM, and I had my week of
Stuffs.
the city
The
meetings
city.
and meeting people and all that stuff. Jesus Christ, what a week. Oh, anyways. All right.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you have any artwork that you haven't finished for this show, post it in the Artist Lounge thread. So that's reddit.com/r/artist lounge. You'll find a post which has got basically the same name as this podcast. You can post your artwork in there, and we shall show it on the next show. And also, don't forget to give the show a like, subscribe if you're new, and leave a comment if you liked it. It does help the show out, and it helps us to reach new people. So I would very much appreciate that. But thank you for watching, and we shall see you again next time. Bye.
Goodbye. So long. Goodbye.